Alright folks, welcome back. Day 63. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu, konnichiwa, yokoso. Yesterday we learned quite a lot of things. It says talk about hobbies, but there were a lot of, I would say this time, more talking about hobbies, but things that I'm actually currently doing and I really enjoyed last unit. So let's try to remember some of those. One of them being a phrase that has been wonderfully shared multiple times, and it's not even new anymore, and they didn't mark it as a new word, curiously enough. But let's go over our session, right? I have a little bit of a comment on as to why I have a later start today. Maybe for those who are interested, probably will miss out on being able to communicate this with a lot of regulars. All right, so let's practice our day one, right? Day one, unit 14, total recall. So let's see what I remember. Lots of katakana again. I'm not entirely sure if I'm gonna remember the ones that are introduced in hiragana, and we have 2 kanji characters this time around with a lot of recurring ones. I cannot recall all the recurring ones or in what context they are at the moment. There are quite a lot, and half of them are missing, so half of them we're going to see them recur now in the second half, which deals with a lot of the numbers. So maybe those numbers are changed in some way, or they're using it with a new counter. A lot of times the kanji for numbers come up because they become more associated with a different counter. And we have quite a few counters now, 5 or 6 different counters that are regularly used. We'll see what they are. All right. So let's start. Buragu, right? Buragu or buragu, maybe buragu. Kiji. These two are associated, right? A blog post. Other things are like okay, this one I don't remember, so we'll see it again. Practice. So we'll see this again. The reason why I remember we learned practice is because we have lesson. Yeah, this one is presented in hiragana. Unfortunately, I saw it once or twice so far, a few times, I guess. Usually it was in the context of a sports practice. Or these other ones. So, piano. Gakki. And guitar. So these are the ones that were introduced. And then when we're talking about hobbies, we have a new one, bare. When we know bare, we also know odorimasu, dance. And then since we're in the predicate or thinking about predicates, let me try. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to like tighten my hand a lot. Okay, so try to like draw write it bigger, right? Oh my gosh, it's so unsteady. We need to like make it gigantic. Oh my gosh, this thing is so toxic for writing with the pen tablet. Okay. So why did I draw it so low? Why did I write that so low? Okay, we're taking a mulligan. Whoops. Just kidding. Wrong stroke order. Oh my gosh. Whatever. This is good enough. Okay. And then what was the other one? Oh, the other one is, thank goodness. Can you register, please? All right. Whoops. I lift it. So, oh, that's kind of long. Let's try that again. Why pen? Why? So we had kakimasu to write, or write kakimasu, and skurimasu, right? But man, this one is really toxic to write small with. If I reduce like the size, maybe. I think this is a little big, so let's try again. All right, let's go back to thick. It's very tough to be like away and not on top of a piece of paper. So tablets, right? Tablets, your arm is extended. You're not over here and your shoulders being pressed downward. So it's very hard to keep left-right movement straight. So I fully embrace the embarrassment I've undergone, I suppose, on trying to write. Yeah, I think this is still too fat, but that's okay. So those are our two kanji, folks. Disaster. Imagine having the kanji for right to be this. Okay. Where are we at? 3, 6, 9, 11. I think there was a bit less in the first half. Not quite 20. So we can reach 15. I'd be pretty satisfied with total recall. What else we got? Performance, right? Performance. I guess bade, piano. Technically I didn't recall this one. I just know that I have been taught it. So, performance. Alright, well, let's do some brainstorming, right? You go around, you're making something, you're writing something. That's fine. What were we making? Videos. We're making videos. So like blog videos and whatnot. And YouTube videos. So that's where Skurimasu came in. And writing. What else? We had playing. Oh, study. Benkyo shimasu. Well, studying in the sense of doing studying, right? Doing study. Oh, I think this is a little bit thicker. Let's get it back down a little. Okay. So, benkyo, that's the phrase that I was thinking of. Benkyo shimasu. Benkyo shimasu was introduced a couple times to me from strangers. No longer strangers. But benkyo. We're at 13. Can I scrounge up something else? So let's say studying, get lessons. A lot of times dealt with how long a lesson is. Did we learn something in terms of how long something is? Technically, nankai, right? Nankai, no, not nankai, not nanjikan. Nanjikan was used a lot. So, like how many hours? Pretty sure that's new. Technically, not necessarily. The each individual parts are new, but together it's a new phrase. Nanjikan, and I said a lot of nans. There was a lot of nans going around yesterday, and jikans, jikan everything. Would I qualify as yeah? So the other things are like they're not technically new. They're combining new things. So like kujikan. And yojikan. Once again, to classically bring up the ones that change. With G. And also a new idea of half an hour by adding han. So more han. There's kan, han, and nan all over the place. So using han, using han to modify jikan is technically new as well. So the vocabulary got supplanted by new combinations of older vocabulary. So I think that's good enough. I'll qualify it as 15-ish. Right. Still gonna look out for the word practice. I'm pretty convinced the word practice was somewhere. And it was in relation with sports practice. Some sort of sports practice. Oh, actually, maybe even like the music stuff. Yeah. So there you go. 15-ish elements. We're gonna hop right into our lesson today. Are we skipping kanji practice? Oh no. Oh, we're gonna do the kanji practice because of whatever the context is later. So let's take a look. Right. Here it is. There are 9 recurring things. I'm curious what mono is going to be used, and then the tabemasu kanji, the eat kanji, mono. My guess was like maybe some sort of cafeteria, maybe older vocabulary for cafeteria, which someone already shared. Mono, lots of stuff can be modified with mono, which the same person shared again. And then we have numbers, days, and months. So we're definitely getting a new day, or like a new expression of a day, possibly. A new expression of a day using like some of these numbers, perhaps. And then another month. We're definitely getting another month because this is the kanji for month. That has already been previously. So we'll see. Okay. All right, let's start our lesson. Oh, on the topic of what was I doing since I had a late start today, we got a new comment. This time though, the comment was very interesting because while the comment shared similarities to what I mentioned about the 90% of advice, I suppose, unsolicited advice, This time though, the thing that wasn't part of the 90%, I would say it kind of declines to 10%. So that this is pretty exceptional case, which someone watched something and they made a comment about it. So I'm not entirely sure how much they watch. It's probably not a lot. Generally based on how harsh the person was. But they made a commentary on my use of the word gatekeeping. And I have considered how strong of a word that I've used this. But I want to mention this because I had a conversation with a person that I've gotten to know for a while and wanted to reveal my motivations that gatekeeping is not negative, inherently negative. It's also positive. And I want to reiterate that because the video that this comment was about was largely a one-sided thing. So I do want to dispel that too. Gatekeeping often comes from a compassionate standpoint as well. It's very human condition related. When you care about something a lot, you have high standards, right? And this comment I didn't get a chance to write in the sense of there are objectively literal gatekeeping. Oftentimes people talk about accessibility, right? And when they mean accessibility, they usually am referring to things like money, time, so how efficient something is, how much it costs. That's usually the gatekeeping perspective, the objectiveness. If one method is more effective than another method, then it increases accessibility. Now the question is, why am I talking about gatekeeping? Well, my gatekeeping are of the subjective nature, which I feel is overlooked quite a bit, not for better or for worse. When you become more objective, you have specific focuses. The subjectivity is on the accessibility through motivation. Motivation and being included. So the irony here is those who use gatekeeping, in my opinion, it's very reasonable. They use gatekeeping as the objective nature of being accessible, as in it's cost effective, it's time efficient, and whatnot. That increases accessibility. I agree, absolutely. However, why do I continue to use Duolingo, or why do a lot of people continue using Duolingo despite a wall of objective gatekeeping? And what I mean by that is oftentimes people think about gatekeeping as protective. As in, you can't enter something. Well, I guess I should change my vocabulary a little bit, because you can also gate someone's motivation. If you go to someone and say, you waste your time, stop using something, something that is lowering your motivational requirements. Oftentimes, I will place gatekeeping in quotations, because effectively you're forming a gate emotionally and psychologically. And this is outside of everything. I know Duolingo has a lot of things it doesn't do that other people desire, especially those who view objectively the efficacies of certain things. One thing Duolingo does do, and that's probably also the reason of its critics, is that it provides, however artificial it is, whatever, you can belittle all you want, it's a great motivator, and it fosters and prioritizes being included. focusing on creating a closed, casual community. So, what does a gatekeeper look like? Well, they're not in the community they criticize. Right? They're effectively gatekeeping against a community. So it's us versus them. So naturally, when I read this comment, the comment spin is that this person assumes I'm a Duolingo shield by throwing words around like, you do see the irony and the hyper contradiction of what you're doing. I urge you to understand why you defend Duolingo or why you're motivated, and the reason why Duolingo is good or not, despite glaring flaws in Duolingo. Well, I humbly say that these experiences take a very long time, and I have made the general consensus of what Duolingo cannot and can do. In fact, I don't even resonate with a lot of the greater Duolingo community. I only recently actually watched a lot of the animated shorts which were quite endearing and wonderful. And I can see why it's very electric. And that is an essence of Duolingo that this comment does not address. So naturally I tried, and that's why I was late. I spent about 3 to 4 hours collecting my thoughts before writing a cogent response. Hopefully that doesn't paint me into some wall of defending a product. I typically try to rationalize why I pick things to do. I don't tell what people should and should not do behind a wall of self-perceived benevolence. So like, I'm not a saint. I tell people how I feel about certain things on occasion, and I see things. So naturally, I make commentary about them. There's a difference between saying, I care about you, and don't use this. Because I care about you, you should use this. That's different from, hey, I see that this stuff is working for you. How about trying these things? Because these things also do some of the same things, or even better, actually. But no, of course, when it comes to the 90% of unsolicited advice, it starts with a diminutive that basically already show the hand of the person. They start with, hey, if this is the goal, then dude, this ain't it, man. This really ain't it. I'm like, okay, can you explain that? Meanwhile, they go on to challenge me on not explaining my defense or how I end up in that position, even though I actually did. The problem here, respectfully so, is it takes a lot of time. So I'm sure this person has better things to do than actually finding out where they are. So I naturally wanted to politely point in the direction if they care so much as to understanding that I don't actually defend Duolingo for what it doesn't do. And I do defend Duolingo for what it actually does, because a lot of the comments are inaccurate. So it's not only misinformation. When you project something without the bounds of your knowledge, and you exclude someone's credibility, to me, right? I'm sorry, it's quote unquote gatekeeping. One effective strategy, in my opinion, of gatekeeping is to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You might think that's very innocent. However, it could stop someone from ever joining the language learning community. So what effectively are you doing? You're gatekeeping the language learning community. The answer most of the time for me is both. Much like the person keeps presenting themselves like, oh yeah, you should incorporate more methods because there are better methods out there, or there are different methods that someone can use. Yeah. So how about start exercising your hypocritical statement by saying, why not try both? You can continue using Duolingo, but hey, here are some other great methods. Instead, I got Duolingo, it ain't it, chief. So how do you expect that to come off as not gatekeeping? You stop someone at the gate, and that's as far as they get. So, hey, if you're curious, if you want to read my rebuttal or maybe my writing that I spent many hours on, because I do truly care and take this very seriously, I believe the comment for anyone who's interested. Recently, some people have been quite interested in my demeanor when it comes to diffusing strong language and being discouraging and whatnot, because ultimately I encourage everyone to find things that work for them, right? Instead of being exclusive, be inclusive, especially for learning. Other things, maybe I don't have any say in it really, because I don't really focus on those things. If you're curious where the comment is, it's on day 60, part 1, and it's in the comment section for my statement. Where's my hat? I wear my hat every once in a while. It's after I shampoo, because my hair gets very frizzy when it's very long. So it's every like 3 or 4 days. So day 60, part 1, comments. So if you find that, feel free to make your commentary on my comment. It's more of an essay. It's more of a short essay than a comment. Personally, I find that if you don't have time to watch me make a commentary about over 300 hours of something, which I feel it's modest, it takes me more, I would say, in order for me to feel comfortable in what I'm saying, I need at least 3,000 hours of exposure for something as important as language learning. So occasionally after 100 hours or so, there'd be a review, perhaps. However, when someone makes a comment, I would at least proportionately at least spend a couple hours, right? 8 to 10 hours to try to summarize over hundreds of hours of stuff. And if that's not short enough, I'm very under practiced, so I cannot cut this down to like 1 hour, let alone cut it down to minutes for anyone. So unfortunately, perhaps someone else who is more educated than myself, or have a predilection, a refinement that allows you to feel comfortable in summarizing hundreds of hours into minutes, then definitely feel free to give it a go. I want to hear how someone else would strip down what I have to say about individuals who strip down everything I do. For me, one of the intended purposes of recording myself is to remind myself that I spend a lot of time doing things. Not necessarily what other people do. It's my take on showing that things don't happen overnight. So is judgment, knowledge, learning, talking to someone, advising someone, teaching them, telling them what they know about themselves, when they spend even less time discussing and knowing about their own motivations. So there you have it. That's why I was a little late today. But hey, if you're interested, I don't get comments very often, and I want to thank people who are brave enough, I suppose, brave, arrogant, confident, I don't know, enough to talk with me in a written form. Because ultimately when I'm streaming, I'm talking. And talking is a different dynamics than writing. So if you want to see how I sound when I have a lot of time on my hands to write something cogent, then yeah, feel free to read that comment on that video. And you can definitely feel free and share your thoughts here live, since oftentimes when I'm speaking, I don't sound like a running textbook. Fair warning. Thanks, Nojo. Thanks for the daily motivation. All right. So before we go in, sir, you have a very important question. Sure. Yes. What is your very important question? You're feel free to ask away. Before I start this lesson, I suppose. I'm gonna try to focus and make up some time. I don't want to go too late today. I also read out loud what I write, so my voice is a little bit harsh because I read over the short essay I wrote substantially a couple times out loud. So maybe we'll go like halfway today, maybe. There's no personalized practice, so there's that. We start by a review of yesterday. That's why I line up my total recall. Actually, I'll go on ahead and I'll grab your question. Yes, as they come. Okay.
今日は1時間半ぐらい踊ります。
今日は1時間半ぐらい踊ります。We recalled all of these, so today I'm going to dance for 1 hour. 1.5 hours. 1.5 hour. Oh, an hour. Okay. An hour and a half, right. An hour and a half. That's right. About an hour. For about an hour and a half. Sure?
毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか?
I don't think I heard anything new. No.
毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか? 新しいブログの記事を書きますか? 毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか?
Okay. 毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか? 毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか? 書きます。毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか? I keep trying to add ri and say 書きますか? 書きます。毎日新しいブログの記事を書きますか?
4時間半英語を勉強します。
4時間半映画を食べましょう。勉強します。勉強します。Okay. 4時間半映画を勉強します。I mean, it's kind of close to the real thing. I'm going to study for 4 hours. Oh no, 4.5 hours Ego. I'm going to study English. Wow. Sort of relatable. Substitute ego for Nihongo and we kind of got it. Ego. Did I say ega? Ego. Yeah, that's why I was confused. 4時間半英語を勉強します。I'm going to study I'm going to study English for 4.5 hours.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。
今夜 I don't know
今夜
if that's new or not. I don't think so. Oh, it might be new. 今夜 No, it's not new. I think that's from the last unit. I'm still looking for practice.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。は、次。
Wait.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。の、記事を書きます。
今夜は次の記事を書きます。
今夜は次の記事を書きます。
記事を書きます。今夜は次の記事を書きます。
毎日5時間半韓国語を勉強します。
毎日5時間半kanji. Oh, I forgot about kanji and hiragana. Hiragana was introduced as the kana and kanji as well in the hiragana. So those are actually two new words, but it's kind of hard to not have hiragana, katakana, and kanji in your vocabulary as you get to this point. So that's bringing us up to like 18. That's not too bad. 毎日5時間半韓国語を勉強します。Okay. I study Korean for 5.5 hours every day. I can get behind that.
明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？明日もピアノを
Oh, hikimasu. I totally forgot about hikimasu. To play.
弾きますか？明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？も
Wait.
明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？
Yeah. So I forgot hikimasu. That's a lot. Actually, there are 20 things that were introduced in this unit or this first half. 明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？ So 弾きますの
明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？
Why is there a mode there?
明日も9時間ピアノを弾きますか？
Okay, so today I also it's okay, yeah. 2. Mo being there is 2. Yeah. Fair enough.
毎日2時間半勉強します。
毎日2時間半勉強します。2時間半yeah. 毎日2時間半勉強します。I study. Okay, I study for 2 hours. Actually, 2.5 hours every day.
ブログの記事。ブロ
Okay.
グの記事。
Blog posts. A blog post or blog posts. ブログの記事。Okay. 今日4時間4時間サッカーを行きます。Yeah, that's it. So
今日
yo, and then they put in
します
shimas to make
します
to mix it up, I think. Oh, wait. It is shimas.
引き
Oh.
ません。引きません。
Oh, that's pretty dirty. That is dirty. Okay, so shimas this time. That's kind of clever in my opinion. If you didn't look at the word bank, I'm curious what happens if you use the keyboard and type in what I said. Can you not do that? Hold up. 1 second. Let's see. Ikimasu. Can you ikimasu soccer? Oh no, maybe not. Oh, it's not. It's very specific. Oh, well, there you go. Conjugation. Okay, to play string instrument. It's very specific. Oh, I didn't look this up because I was distracted yesterday. Oh, it's specific. It's very specific to string instruments. I see. Okay, so, well, I'll have to keep that in mind. Ikimasu is very specific to string instruments. Well, that's a way to remember it. Huh. There you go. All right. Wait. So that would also imply that... Nice. That would also imply that piano is a string instrument. Very nice. Honestly, that's something that I feel there are quite a significant number of people wouldn't think of it that way. But anyways. So, shimasu. So, 今日4時間サッカーをします。Okay, okay. So,
4時間
4時間
サッカーをします。
Okay. Good to know. I've learned something today.
今日4時間
今日4時間野球をします。野球をします。
音楽
That's not it.
野球をします。
Okay. This Konya. Konya no Konya wa tsuki no kiji. Yes. Tsuki no kiji o kakimasu.
今夜は次の記事を書きます。
What kind of blog is it? ブログは Nandeska.
ブログ
Rogu. Oh. Wait. Oh, what kind? Oh.
どんな
Dona burogu. Burogu. This.
ka.
What kind? Not what is the blog? Okay. What kind of blog is it? Dona burogu desu ka? Sure. Alright. Yeah. Let's do... No, let's skip this kanji one. Wait until we unlock the others. Right. So let's go.
今週末
Konshu matsu. Oh, wow. Konshu with matsu.
今
Cute.
週末
Wait. Yeah, konshu matsu. This weekend. So we combine weekend with
今週
this.
末
Interesting. Okay. This weekend. Yeah, on the weekends. I see. Shumatsu is on the weekend versus this weekend. Konshu is this week versus this weekend. That's gonna be interesting.
行きませんか
Ikimasen ka? Wait. Ikimasen ka? Wait. Would you like to go?
行きませんか
Uh-oh. I'm gonna need... Oh, man. I'm gonna have to look up this thing, too. How this works. Like... And then... Interesting. Would you like to go? Huh. Wow. That's a bit of a... Ikimasenka? Wait. Hold up. I need to educate myself. Okay. Interesting. Ikimasenka? So, yeah, wow. Wow, that's different. That's definitely different. I'm gonna have to look this up. Or figure out how this works.
来週コンサートに行きませんか
Konsato is a previous vocabulary, not in this unit. Okay, 来週コンサートに行きませんか? いいですね。行きましょう。Sure. Interesting. So if you ask a question, but use the negation, it's suggesting that's so wild. Now, would you like to go to the concert next week? And then, sounds good. We should go.
花火大会
Hanabi taikai? Taikai? Oh, this kind of sounds like fireworks something. What is taikai?
花火大会
Display? Fireworks?
花火大会
Taikai. Display. Okay. We recognize Hanabi. Hanabi was introduced in the weather units. Largely dealing with, probably they were lumping it with Haru, spring, because of the spring festival, but there might be like spring or summer Hanabi festivals, right? So, fireworks display. Interesting. Taikai. Taikai.
花火大会
Taikai. Oh, that's cute. Hanabi taikai ni ikimashou? No? Oh, yes.
行きましょう。
Ikimashou.
今週末花火大会に行きませんか？
Konshumatsu. Konshumatsu wa hanabi taikai ikimashou ka? Oh, ikimasen ka? Oh, that's gonna be... Ooh, oh, man. That's so interesting. So... As opposed to, so as opposed to ikimashouka, I'm gonna, okay, so what I need to understand right now is, volitional in the form of a question, versus negative, non-pass in a form of a question. Yeah, so we're gonna have to write this for use cases and interpretation later. This is what I'm thinking of right now. So in like the contrast between konshumatsu wa hanabi taikai ni ikimashou ka versus ikimasen ka. I know the way they interpreted was would you like to go? Would you like to go? Versus should we go? Should we go? Right? So these are the two things, right? But now I kind of want to like grasp more essences here. So should we go to the fireworks display this weekend? Right? Should we go to the fireworks display this weekend versus would you like to go? I can already like say, yeah, this feels more considerate to some extent, sort of, but this also is pretty conservative as well. Instead of using the plain form would say, let's go. In my opinion, it would be like, let's go to the fireworks display, right? With a question mark. Let's go to the fireworks display, right? Like, huh. All right. Interesting. Yep. いいですね. いいですね. 行きましょう. Thanks, Hank. Oh, hey. It's you, Hank. Thanks.
今日遊びませんか？
今日遊びませんか? Okay. Oh, okay. So I wonder why they didn't introduce this as a new concept. So this is actually a new concept. So now they're going through all the new concepts. Like using all the predicates that can align with this new concept, which is asking, would you? They're interpretively suggesting it means would you, as opposed to should we, using the volitional. So, all right, I can get behind this. So would you like to hang out today? Asobimasen ka? Yeah. Kyo asobimasen ka? Fair enough.
今週末遊びませんか?
I'll have to do some evening reading about feeling out the should versus would kind of situation interpretively, like filling that out. Inherently, I was gonna say asobi mashoka, right? Kyo asobi mashoka because of previous Duolingo units, and then now they're kind of offering an alternative to some extent. However, the English interpretation is actually different. So sometimes say, would you be interested versus should we do something? There are time and places that there are nuances in English. So I imagine there are nuances in Japanese as well. You restarted this course from the beginning at the start of the year? How at the start of this year? Ooh, how are you liking it, Hank? Since you probably already done, I looked at your profile and you've already done it before the 2023 change, right? So did you notice any beginning stuff? It's much better. Oh, I would love to hear your thoughts because I have not met anyone until now, like Hank, you, after you explained that to me, that did both. I've met pretty much all the people that I've met is before the 2023. So I'm like outside of the people who are starting around me, right? And they don't really talk much about that. So it's really interesting to get a take on someone who has done it. I know that I have two people, Lotus and Indy, who hop in, see what's going on, and then compare and contrast between the pre-2023 and the post-2020. I imagine you learn Japanese everywhere else by now and all that stuff, but I'm glad I restarted. I'm still about 10 units behind where I was. Oh, interesting. But I'm seeing different content. Is that how? I know this is going to be a loaded question, but how do you feel about the new content, like, or the new order or something? Like, is there anything that really sticks out to you? And I don't know where 10 units behind where you was. Where were you, by the way, before you restarted? This is a common conversation I have with a lot of people, with the exception of all the people who don't use Duolingo anymore because they use the pre-2023, and I can't really. You're currently on section 3 unit 1. I see. So you're still 10 units behind. So you were around mid, or actually I guess section 3 had 40 units, so somewhere like quarter past section 3. Did they have that many units? How many units did each section have back then? Oh, it wasn't even divided into sections then. Oh, man. Yeah, that's so different. Huh. Lotus and Indy constantly tell me like, oh, did you learn this yet? Or did you learn this? Where did this move? So we had a lot of fun brainstorming about how they swapped up all the paths. You want to say it was around 120 units. I see. Nice. You are the first that have ever been experienced enough to know what has changed, like literally in one way. Most of the time I've been talking to people who have either half the experience or no experience at all, as in most of the time people come in like, well, you know, this, you don't get to learn this, you don't learn this, you don't do this in the Japanese course, and I really can't relate because it's post 2023. I'm like, I don't get it. I know this. Like, well, you're not supposed to. I'm like, I don't understand. How am I not supposed to not learn something that Duolingo spends a lot of time teaching you, right? So one comment I get, yes, I was just about to get there. Hank. The one comment that shocked me because I started Duolingo in February of 2024 was someone said, oh, they have kanji now. And I'm like, wait, say what? And then immediately when that day came, I did some background reading and I was like, oh, by coincidence, the integrated kanji stuff was after I started. So, or before I started, right? A little bit coincidentally before I started. So I had no idea. So it's pretty interesting. I love the kanji section. In fact, they changed it a couple of times already. I'm sure you have noticed. they already changed it a couple of times. Some changes, some thickening. Like the most recent update, they thickened all the lines, and then they made like curved lines like flatter, and there's some jaggedness to it. I'm indifferent. I think it's different, but it's pretty funny noticing all these changes. You've only been using memorize for kanji before. Yeah. So the common thing that I get all the time is you either use Anki or memorize is another one that shows up, right? Anki, download like a bunch of kanji cards and go to town with Anki. Does memorize have like pen input or mouse input for their kanji stuff? I imagine you get to like write onto something. I absolutely love that, but I get why they incorporated other lessons in the kanji section so that the commonly confused kanji or reusing kanji is also important. But I absolutely loved that I was allowed to write them. Like, that's what I did quite a lot. It may be on mobile, but not sure. I see, Hank. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Carl. Young god, Carl. Going pretty well. How are you doing, Carl? What is up? Thanks for sharing that, Hank. Honestly, I wanted to meet someone eventually who have the motivation, right, to do it again. As in, you must have, like, it must be something else, a different type of experience. It's kind of like how should I describe it? It's kind of like a video game that you may not love a lot, right? Or you've grown tired of, so to speak. Like, you play it a lot, and then suddenly they decided, here's the rebooted version, here's the remake version, and then you have to ask yourself, do I love this enough to start over? And for me, even something like video games or even riding a bike or running, I do actually am a person who starts over and see things in a new lens. Even if the activity itself doesn't change fundamentally, I find ways to change it. So it's lovely to hear that someone who is starting the Japanese course again, largely in a way that appreciates, or maybe not appreciate, or find out ups and downs, right? Ups and downs of the refresh of the Japanese course. Keep me posted, Hank. And you're pretty close. You're already pretty close to where you left off, so that's pretty sweet. You're good? You've been learning Russian for the past 3 or so months. It's been a lot of fun. May I ask, Carl, what is your primary language? The reason why I ask is because I want to get a framework of how you're learning Russian. So oftentimes it's not, I've met lots of people who make comments, but they were referring to the non-English version. So oftentimes those courses are not created equal, at least in terms of Duolingo. Unless you're not using Duolingo, which is the first question I should have asked. How are you learning Russian in the past 3 or so months? It's not automatically assumed. Actually, the vast majority of people that I've encountered do not actually use Duolingo. So I should have asked first. What's your primary language, and how are you learning Russian? It's been an interesting revisit. Just before the holidays, I had reached a point where I had stopped progressing and burned out. Oh, I see. So I stepped away a couple months and did light reviews. How did that help you? How did that feel with your are you feeling refreshed? Maybe have you been doing other Japanese related things while you were taking a break from this? I don't feel burnout at the moment, although I seldomly burn out anymore. I have burnout on things other than language learning in my life, so oftentimes now I frame everything around keeping that burnout at bay. Not a young lad anymore, so I'm not burning as hot as Icarus smashing into the sun these days. And oftentimes, so much of the advice and uphill battles that I have to contend with deals with very young, passionate people who are in a sprint all the time about what's the best, how to enjoy things, what is a good use of my time and whatnot. So oftentimes it's interesting, although I'm perfectly content regardless of how much time I invest in anything, really. You've been learning Russian from a tutor and your girlfriend has been teaching you native language. Been teaching you. Oh, I see. That's cool. And your native language is English. I see. I also listen to Russian podcasts that teach the language in simple stories. Ah, fair enough. Right now, I have been using Duolingo for 63 days, including today. And then every time I find something that's interesting that is missing in Duolingo, like maybe an explainer or grammar or something, I have been actively investigating them and involving myself into more multilingual stuff around YouTube. So today I was introduced to another concept in Japanese, and now I'm gonna have something in the evening to look forward to explaining. So this is the process that I've been using for a while now. I did spend over 2/3 of my life listening to Japanese, so it's not abnormal to be listening to Japanese and consuming Japanese native content. So most of the time I'm specifically speaking in stuff while contrasting to all the things I'm used to hearing in Japanese. That's usually the context in which I'm using Duolingo. It helped as I'm going through again. The grammar seems a bit easier. I'm picking up little things like I struggled with previously. Oh, that sounds so fantastic. Must be incredibly rewarding. While away, you focus a little more on vocab and kanji. Ah, I see. In what way did you use the vocab and kanji? I know you mentioned memorize. Was there anything else that you felt was very reinvigorating that I'm sure now you are using all of the above? You might be lighter on Duolingo and then incorporating other things. I've incorporated quite a few other things after 2 months. After 60 days, I enjoy reading grade books. I like grade reading. Grade reading is amazing. Occasionally hop on gshow.org when I think of a word that I want, right? And then I look at verb conjugators from time to time whenever I think of a verb that I might commonly use. I watch multicultural, not podcasts, but interviews quite a bit. And I got more involved into like the language learning community. And let's just say that's a work in progress on whether I feel like I'm part of it or not. Sometimes I feel like I'm more outside of the community a lot of times, because I fundamentally do not agree a lot of times with the approach of sidelining emotional and psychological benefits than hyper-focusing on objective metrics like end goals and stuff. Like that constant use of the word fluency at the expense of the person's mental well-being is something that I actually think Duolingo is kind of exploiting, but at the same time they have the power to make it a learning experience on how to manage emotional motivation and psychological health, because burnout is quite real. However, the lack of any motivation makes it why I don't feel like I'm part of the greater Japanese learning community. Oftentimes, the greater people who know about fluency in Japanese, most of their advice come off as incredibly unfilling. As in, if it's fluency, don't bother with this because it has no redeemable quality. And it's like, what do you mean it has no redeemable quality? That's factually incorrect. Like, unless you're suggesting you want to throw shade at over 100 million users. So things like that, right? I've recently been trying to read elementary books. I did the exact same thing, Hank. Someone suggested to me too. Lotus, someone who had multiple years of Japanese comprehension. I am doing exactly that. I am on tadoku.org. It's a wonderful resource, and I suggested it a couple times to anyone else who wanted something not Duolingo, right? Because oftentimes most of my interaction is how to leave Duolingo or how to not use Duolingo. And oftentimes, instead of being confrontational, I offer that too. I like Tadoku very much. I can't believe you use Duolingo. Fictitious? Come on, not you two. He's joking. Oh, you're joking, right? Don't make me. I'll show you a don't believe. Let's see. I also sometimes watch Russian movies. I haven't watched a Russian movie in a while. I think the closest Russian related thing that I've watched was Chernobyl. Russia related thing was Chernobyl. That was a brilliant show, although I didn't finish it. So now I remind myself I should go back and finish Chernobyl. I know that's not quite the same thing, but Russian related. It's fun when Duolingo introduces new words I learn outside. I love that, Hank. That's my favorite thing. And it's even here's another thing on top of learning new words that I learned outside Duolingo. It is hilarious, or it is really fun when I remember the person who taught me those words outside Duolingo. So, I stream only Duolingo, which then people assume I only learn through Duolingo a lot of times. But the people who are around here, they constantly have this urge to introduce new words, talk about things, increase my exposure. And when that word comes up on Duolingo, on stream, I basically call out those people and I thank them because it's incredibly rewarding. On top of that, even it's kind of in Duolingo but outside of Duolingo at the same time, as a shared response of how that feels. It feels great. Yeah, so I learned a lot of Russian grammar and it's very confusing, but there is a pattern to it. That sounds right. And you figured it out. I don't remember where I heard about it, but was happy to find it. Yeah, the Tadoku books. Right now, I don't think I have any other ones. I like Tofuku. So I have a bookmark on Tofuku's grammar place. And Tofuku, right, on this site. And in the evening, I just pick random topics. Yeah, I don't care if I read the grammar point already. I basically randomly pick an article and then pick another article and then pick another article. So their grammar section is organized and stuff. It's yeah, today I want to learn about a verb grammar point. So it's going to be review or new. It's kind of like the way Duolingo does practice exam, practice sections. So Tofuku has an incredibly organized section on as many grammar points as they have. So I typically read myself in the evening to sleep a little bit on 1 or 2 grammar points each day. And that's and it's fun when the grammar point shows up in Duolingo. So this is what I do in the evening to go to bed. I read grammar points. Yeah, I can show you briefly. Whoops. It's kind of fun. So here's the bright lights. It's a little bit cut off, but here's the Japanese grammar section, right? And you can click on anything. There's any section, right? If you don't have anything selected, these are all the grammar pages. All right, and you can click on any grammar page, and on the right they tell you of all the related grammar points. So I just nonchalantly click on anything and I read them. If it's a review, and if I remember it, it feels really good because I still remember it. If it's new, it's interesting. So I just keep on clicking any of the topics until I reach a dead end, and then I go back to the original page, the grammar section, and click on whatever. So I read 1 or 2 until I'm a little bit tired, and then I go to bed. That's usually what I do most of the time. So Sometimes I remember them, sometimes I don't. It doesn't really matter, right? In the long run, I will eventually get them. So when someone reminds me and I don't quite remember, at least I have enough context clue to hold a conversation about them. So this is where I'm getting my grammar most of the time. I think their resources fantastic. And kudos, heads up to Tofuku's site on making it kind of like an adventure. And that's kind of what I do for grammar. Other than that, I don't do very much anymore. I watch, or like outside of that, I watch anime with friends once a week. Tomorrow, I'm going to watch anime. We're probably going to try to watch the rest of Frien, right? And Frien happens to have a character in there, two characters that speak almost exclusively the way Duolingo is teaching, which is funny. I honestly, it was pretty shocking how on point. It's a pure coincidence. I'm not saying anime does this all the time. Although I do have to take a shout out to Duolingo. I don't know if this is real or a April Fool's joke, but I still have yet to encounter this. But I don't know if you heard, Hank, where like Duolingo and on their like, I can't trust Twitter a lot of times, sorry, but on X, right, they said something about a collab with Crunchyroll, and the idea is to integrate anime phrases or phrasing. So if you're like into the anime culture, you might be able to pick it up. But honestly though, a lot of the mass dominant forms and the way they structure actually come up on some very specific anime, and by coincidence Frien is one of them. So I'm having a awesome time right now. Two of the characters legitimately sound like they're speaking to me. Like I understand them, and then the other characters are like, oh yeah, there's a long road ahead because the other characters are speaking in a different type of setting, like a different type of personality. Nevertheless, pretty cool. Thought I'd let you know. You do use Duolingo to get some vocabulary, but that's all it's really good for. But if I really want to learn words, I use Google Translate and cross-reference with my girlfriend. I see that's what you... That's fair enough. If that's the only thing good Duolingo is good for. At least you know how to learn without being dependent on one method. Right, Carl? So it's pretty good. Pretty good. Sounds fine. For Japanese, I don't think that's the only thing that Duolingo is only good for, but it also overlooks the idea that Duolingo is incredibly accessible. So just as my 2 cents, a quick 2 cents contribution to this discussion. I don't get why Duolingo teaches the sends the way it does. The dog. Oh, interesting. You don't? So you don't have the answer yet, right? Interesting. I will love to know when you can explain it. So one of the things that made me understand Japanese and English, really, much better now, is that I often come to weird things or counterintuitive things or things that are different, and I go out of my way to discover why. Like explain why they structure it this way, why they interpret it this way. And through my adventures of discussing what Duo does versus others, then it's fun, or at least to me, makes me know more about what Duolingo does and what it doesn't, and then what other people do and doesn't. I actually spent a lot of time talking about the English translations of Japanese phrases, and then makes me curious about how Japanese people are learning English, because there is a lot. There is quite a lot. So most of the time I spent a lot of time not actually learning Japanese per se, like the literal acquisition of vocab. I actually spent a lot of time having fun discussing the implications of Duolingo as a tool versus the perception of people outside of the tool. But like when you would say a dog eats an egg, I it's fun to use, but I don't feel like just doing that will get you to fluency. Well, you don't get to fluency just doing anything, So that's the problem. That's the conversation that I have all the time, Carl. What you said was a double standard. So, just using Duolingo won't get you to fluency. And I will tell you from my experience, just my personal experience, not anyone else's. Total immersion, even total immersion, doesn't get you to fluency. Just total immersion. So just anything, in my opinion, doesn't get you to fluency. How do I know? I speak a language that I'm illiterate in. I don't think about it. I don't think about sentence construction or anything, but I'm illiterate. So, this is why I tend to say that I'm a multicultural person. But there are a lot of multicultural individuals, at least myself, that can command language, command sentence construction back and forth, but not fluent. So no fluency. So oftentimes I want to emphasize that you're doing a lot more. Do more. Mix it all up, right? So as far as I know, something combination of stuff works. The reason why I mentioned this is so many people, too many perhaps, I've worked up the way to tackle the "dude, man, stop using Duolingo" comment. And naturally I would say, well, why not both? Why not both? Why not all of the above? If you can appreciate that Duolingo can't provide everything, if Duolingo can't provide everything, then axiomatically you know that Anki can't provide everything. Anki can't do that either. In fact, most tools can't do that. So hopefully we can reach a reasonable agreement that you need to do a lot to become fluent in a language. It's no trivial task. Just for the record, I'm not trying to be fluent in Japanese. It would be nice. It's extra to be fluent in another language. I think I have enough of this fluency projection. If you want to be fluent, yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot for sure. And Duolingo might not necessarily be the best use of your time, like most people say. But I want to give the fair shake that I hope, which most people misunderstand why I'm using Duolingo for a long time. The reason I'm streaming Duolingo is I get to have conversations like these. If I was a person who's like Ankiing and doing the best of the best, then genuinely that's not as interesting to me. I wouldn't be streaming it otherwise. And also, if I did really worry about how efficient I am, I would probably not stream using Duolingo or anything really. Let's see. Some of the sentences are odd, but I feel that's done intentionally. Yes, it is absolute. I agree with you, Hank. You know what's funny, Hank? I don't know if Hank is your actual name, but Hank, listen, you share a name, a first name. I don't want. I love that you're spending some time, but I don't know if you do. You know Hank Green? The way you talk and the way you're like being a little bit more reflexive on your word choice and stuff, as opposed to like leaning on hyperbolic phrases, kind of reminds me of Hank Green. And I quite enjoy Hank Green. But obviously shout outs to Hank from King of the Hill, but oh, so it's a nickname you've had since birth. Okay, all right, fair enough. These are not I think these are very endearing things, so just I don't want to make it sound like I'm replacing you or substituting, but you need to know the words they're asking for and not what makes sense to you. What makes sense to you? Yeah. So outside of Duolingo, I try to find other things that make sense to me, right? Like outside of Duolingo, I'm reinforcing everything that makes sense to me, or like additional things. And then when I come into Duolingo, it actually is kind of funny how they suggest something and makes me think, wait a minute, is that right? Or is that wrong? Like, what is that? And it makes me interested. I honestly find it very interesting. Like, this is kind of weird. And the idea that I could say this is kind of weird, it also means I have comprehension out of Duolingo. Like today, in this section, I was introduced to would you like to do something? Versus should we do something, as an interpretation. Should we do something? And that something is the predicate, right? And that's pretty cool, in my opinion. And tonight, I'm probably going to go read about the interpretive nature of would you like to do something. So something like kikimasen ka, kikimasen ka versus, I don't know, kikimashou ka. And to me, that's pretty cool. I think that's fun. I'm going to have a fun time looking at people's interpretation and use cases for like shimashou ka versus shimasen ka in terms of the way Duo presented it versus other people. Right. Yeah, I understand you. It's a mix of different things that will help me. Yep. My current goal is to be conversational N3 level, and I'd like to spend a lot of time in Japan after retirement. Are you in Japan right now, Hank, or are you planning on it? I will keep doing Duolingo for sure. It's good in some ways, like having the streak and leaderboards. I find it helps keep me motivated. I love that. I love that. Motivated for Russian every day, even when I can't ask on do all you did, like, yeah, like 5 minutes a day. I was using Babbel in the past, but I found it wasn't effective for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Babbel would be the other like like the statistically bound, like classical approach stuff. But for me, Duolingo is a bridge to very soft-spoken people. So I honestly think, I hope I can find more soft-spoken, motivated, enthusiastic people. However, that is way in the minority at the moment. I would say out of the 100% of people I interact with who have or have not or has done or know about Duolingo, 95% of them have animosity towards someone who uses Duolingo. As in, if you're a streamer who uses Duolingo, you will attract criticism from them, as opposed to being someone like you who uses it for what it does well and then do other things, or not strongly suggesting that I should stop because it's not effective to you. That's what happens a lot of times. So I really appreciate the way you're thinking about this, Carl. Yeah. Like, it's really tough. Like, I'm not here to tell you to stop using whatever your favorite thing is. Like, stop using memorize. Stop using, like, this one's better. This one's better. Like, I'm not here to push down other people's methods. Much like I expect that when you come here voluntarily, you're not pushing down my methods, but adding to them. So over time, I have found many useful things that other people have shared, but to me, I am more willing to accept the suggestions of someone who isn't diminishing my point, like diminishing my position. If you come to me and say, yo, let me just start it out right off. Duolingo is terrible. It's the worst waste of time ever. It's corporate BS. And then you go and explain what is better, then you haven't established rapport with me. right? Like, it's kind of like going to someone's stream who's playing a Souls-like game, take a dump on the Souls-like game, and then saying, I care about you. So here are better games than the game you're playing. Yep, that's gonna work. Perhaps learning language doesn't improve your communication skills, because ultimately that is a really big hurdle. What does that sound like? Someone says that doesn't sound like gatekeeping. I'm like, that is gatekeeping, in my opinion. You just relegated me to a second-class citizen outside of your perspective. Like, so I can't be part of your club anymore because I use something you don't like. Yeah, exactly. People learn differently. No one method is best for all. In fact, no one method can do it all. So it's compounded by the fact that no one method can do it all. Not only for one person, then one method to do it all for everyone. That's absurd. That's doubly absurd. So, oh, and you're Floridian? Okay. Do you plan on moving to Japan soon, or being in Japan? I plan on visiting Japan in the near future. Everyone should take their own path that works best for them. Duolingo is fun, and that makes it easy to keep up with doing it every day. Yeah, I use Duolingo to inspire me to do other things with Japanese every day. You respect my self-confidence. I should channel it more. You guys want something to read? I already talked about this earlier today. The reason why I'm late to my normal stream time is I made a comment in it's a good summary of my feelings so far. I made a comment on day 60, part 1, to the newest person who wanted to comment on what I'm doing, or at least what they think I'm doing, and it kind of summarizes as hard as I can, as more meaningful as I can, in a smaller volume. As in, I needed to challenge myself to explain all my motivations, all the 400 hours I've poured into this, into like one essay. So I did write my thoughts regarding the common thing, and I'm pretty sure it's yeah, it's day 60, part 1. It has the tag 172 at the end. Whoops, I said 2 and you'll get an idea of pretty much what my sentiments are regarding that. It's a super common. It's 9 out of 10 interactions, but I really appreciate Hank and Carl for being part of the greater language learning community. To me, that's what language learning is about. It's absolutely great. Yeah, it inspires for doing other stuff within the language. Exactly. If Duolingo lacks something, that means you know what it's lacking, right? Go out and find it. If it means stopping Duolingo led you towards whatever it is that you need. Go for it. Like, I'm not gonna keep you here. I don't work for Duolingo. So far, all the times that people have critiqued Duolingo, they have offered advice on it, and I still take those advice to some extent, unless they're attacking me as a person, which that's kind of tough. But most of the time, I've been plugging all the stuff, so it's everything. The only reason I'm streaming Duolingo is I think you can't really stream any other things. Like, I don't think I have the clear green light to stream other people's content, and especially paid content. So I can't like go around and subscribe to, I don't know, Rosetta Stone or something, and then spend hours revealing what their content is without like other people paying for it, that kind of thing. So you can't really actually do that. So I still use Duolingo in that case. And I've entered a lot of fun discussions. In fact, someone accused me of speedrunning in that comment. That person said the irony is I just spent 5 hours grinding Duolingo to speedrun. What have I been doing the last 30 to an hour right now? It's definitely not speed grinding Duolingo, whatever that means. Like, there's no irony here. So 300 to 400, half those number of hours is about talking about the fun parts about learning a language, the ups and downs about learning a language, things that worked and things that didn't work for people. I think that brings people together instead of pitting them against each other. Oh, you're team Anki. Well, I'm team Memrise. We hate each other mutually. Let's draw some lines. I don't particularly prescribe to that. I think I see way too much of that nowadays. It's the hyper objectivity of learning in general. My method's better than yours, so we can't be friends. Not a fan, personally. If I had to share an opinion, I'm not a fan of that. That's dividing language learning. Now at this point, I want to go for at least 3 weeks at a time. My job doesn't let me take that much time off at once. I see. I'm thinking at least 7 to 8 years before you go. All right. You sound like a very marathon-oriented person, and I can get behind that. If there's any person that's in for the marathon, I definitely can resonate with the idea of taking your time and being prepared. Like 1 day at a time kind of thing. Thank my inspiration to learn Russian was your girlfriend. I see. I want to learn more about her and be able to communicate with her family as their English is not brilliant. Yeah, fair enough. You've been playing the long game for sure? Yeah, I'm playing the long game. Like, if someone... It's going to be more frequent for me, right? Like, I'm not gonna stop using Duolingo because someone else told me to stop using Duolingo. However, in order to make this successful, it has to require someone who's in it for the long game. So how much patience do I have to repeat the same general concept and improve upon it over and over again? Well, that comment I made today is a refinement, an essay that I've been doing for the last, I'm going to say the last 43 times since I started Duolingo. It's almost like every other day soon. In fact, this time in the last 4 or 5 days, since the number is going up, right? The 63 is going up. Every other day I encounter someone who is going to tell me the same thing. And sure enough, I'm ready to respond to them, because you cannot understand 400 hours of things by looking at my title for 10 seconds, skipping around my video for 30 seconds, and think language learning can be summarized in 30 seconds. Like, that to me almost tells me that the person who's learning the language doesn't care about, in my opinion, doesn't care about language learning as much as they think. It has really opened my eyes to how hard other languages are to learn and how different they are from English. Agreed. And honestly, I found out that I have lots of gaps in my English knowledge. If you read something I write, it might sound very impressive, but in my opinion, I think I write a lot better than I speak in English, because or I write in much more complex tones than I speak colloquially, oftentimes because speaking requires a different subset of skills in a language than it is to read. So in Japanese, when I'm learning Japanese, I'm getting a even bigger reminder of the differences between speech in colloquialism, right? Like things that feel natural spoken, and then what are the elements that are used for literacy. And in English, it is very obvious by the way Duo is translating Japanese into English. That reminds me of how spoken English, especially where I'm from, I suppose, in a little generalization, spoken English is night and day with written English. And I do this a lot. So whenever someone sees what I've written, it's very different from how I speak. If I were to read out what I wrote today in 3 hours, it would sound almost incomprehensibly verbose in speech. So a lot of times when learning a language in this type of format or other types of format, you're doubly learning. So embrace it, I suppose. Find ways to engage your different disciplines, because oral communication is light years different from the discipline of writing the language. Even in English, even though some people say that their English is fantastic, their written English is, for lack of a better word, requiring some reevaluation. And learning another language can open the lens to that. I have gaps in my English, the fundamental gaps, largely because most of the translation they use for Japanese in Duolingo is fundamentals. And I keep asking myself questions like, wait, do I really say that? Maybe I don't say that. What does that even mean in English? That kind of thing. It happens a lot. I started watching sumo. Sumo in 2019, about 2 years ago. I learned hiragana, katakana through Anki. Okay, it took about a month. Nice. When the next sumo tournament came, I realized I could read the wrestler's name. That made me hungry to learn more. Oh, that's incredibly endearing. I love that. Anyway, nice to meet you. Oh yeah, take care. Oh hey, you're in the UK. Oh, you speak British English. We're gonna have to talk about British English sometime. Or like compare and contrast, because I obviously from my accent you probably assume I'm American, so I'm an American English speaker. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, Carl. Good luck with everything, and sleep well. And obviously Hank and I are in the same time zone. We're East Coasters. Yeah, take care, Carl. Good luck. Oh, and the wrestling thing, I learned sounds, Hank, to relate to you. I learned sounds in Japanese solely for the purpose of pronouncing names. So I played a lot of Japanese games and all that stuff. And the one thing that I could ham hard is that most of my pronunciations of Japanese before I started learning Japanese formally, like 63 days ago, I guess, is that the sounds are because I wanted to pronounce people's names, like places names and stuff, like Tokyo, Kyoto, like Hanaka, Akira, right? Akira is a big one because it's the name of a very, very influential anime movie. So things like that, like Miyazaki, Kojima, lots of names come up all the time in video gaming. So naturally, the sounds that I've learned was that. And then kana, I learned from Duolingo. Like straight up. Just that kana section, like the hiragana and katakana section, was bootstrapped it for the first 2 weeks. I still make mistakes though. I obviously still make reading mistakes because of dakuons. So I haven't practiced like like dakuons. These things, I do still get confused with dakuons from time to time. So that was not practiced. So I still need to get used to which dakuon is which dakuon. But in terms of the actual character itself, not so much. Although katakana throws me for a loop every once in a while. Katakana does throw me for a loop sometimes. Like chi and te, right? Chi and te. Sometimes if I'm like glancing by, I would mix these two, and then if you add a dakuon on it, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, so these are a very common one for katakana. Yeah, the AI voice can throw off. I agree. I absolutely agree. Does it make me feel angry though? It doesn't make me feel angry, because if I can make it out, I'm like, whew, that's something. as long, you know, I know what it's supposed to sound like sometimes, and I'm like, okay, because you can't know if it sounds off if you don't know what isn't off, right? So oftentimes I'm, wow, that's weird. And to me, it's not a very negative feeling, although it is a very big source of negative feeling for a lot of people who use Duolingo. The synthetic voices, it like triggers them. So if it does trigger you, don't use a product that keeps triggering you, for sure. But what I don't welcome is someone telling me that it's triggering me. Like, kind of like the advice where like, I should be upset. Like, I should be upset. That's what the advice always... lots of advice come off as this way. As in, dude, man, why aren't you upset about this? I'm like, well, I mean, it's fine. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu. Like, it's a synthetic voice. Like, I'm actually impressed. Do you know where synthetic voices are? Like, the idea that Duo is using more technology and constantly moving forward, that's impressive to me. Not for language learning per se, I suppose, but it's brave. It's brave and cutting edge, in my opinion, to bank on synthetic voices. Like, they're doing the long game. That's what I mean by resonating with Duolingo. It's the long game. They're establishing a core of synthetic voices that they are constantly going to train into the future. They've already done their foray into chat GPT model training, like specific model training. Obviously, it's super expensive and is under the Max feature, but they're doing it with people who are invested in that. I don't have monetary investment that can support a Max subscription. However, they're moving forward. It's the long game. It's a huge long play. So while I know people want quick results, they're all about quick results, right? Quick results. Lots of quick results. Like, oh yeah, this is the best way. This is the best way right now. This is what's trending. I get it. I totally get it. But Duolingo also represents a technology, and that's kind of pretty sweet. And I understand the limitations right now, the current limitations, at least to some extent, of synthetic voices. But it is a investment to the future. Like, you can't have someone tirelessly be ever flexible than a synthetic voice model, in my opinion. So, I can accept it for what it is. Just another reason for multiple resources, right? In fact, I would argue it would be fun to sound like an AI voice. Like, what I mean is, you know, voice act, you know how like people voice act. If you wanted to sound like a Japanese AI voice, this would be a funny way of applying that. So whenever like someone says like, but you're gonna end up sounding like a Duolingo fluent, and I'm like, yeah, okay, all right. Does that stop someone from finding it funny and communicating with me in Japanese? No, it doesn't. Unless they hate me, then that's fine. I'm okay with being not talking to someone who hates me because I learned Duolingo. That is so different, and that is the conversation I have most of the time. They're like, oh yeah, I care about you. Like, you know, it doesn't hurt to help people. It's like, but you're using strong language. You're saying something I do is worth nothing. That people who use this tool is worth less. You're constantly implying that, yet you think you are trying to tell me you care about my well-being. It's kind of a mixed message. I'm getting a mixed message here. What did you say, Lotus? Daijoubu. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to see Daijoubu. Sorry, you already spoiled me, Lotus. You already spoiled me. That the 3 kanji I see it in my head, the 3 kanji for daijobu. And then when I look at the kana, I'm like, yeah, daijobu desu, yo, right? Daijobu desu, yo. It's kind of like it was really simple actually. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this. I'm gonna guess. It's like it's maybe, and then perhaps this. Yeah, I'm used to seeing this already, even though I haven't been taught it yet. I'm used to seeing this every time, and I need to read that. It's like dai yo. Anyways, yes, daijoubu desho, right? Daijoubu desho. And this is gonna be a new video, by the way. We're gonna lop this up and put this in another video, and it's just gonna be titled Daijoubu desho, I suppose, perhaps. Not to, I'm gonna stop using the word gatekeeping from now on. I think maybe I'll put in quotes when I really want to throw in and hammer it. But generally speaking, there is this one gigantic gate for the last time, so that I don't like make this the whole point of the rest of my digressions. There's a giant gate that everyone contends with, and that gate is emotional and psychological. It doesn't take a literal gatekeeper, like another gatekeeper, to stop you. You can stop yourself. And to me, the thing that I want to kind of raise awareness about is that when you use this as a technique, if your comments and advice starts with fear, uncertainty, and doubt, what makes you any different for those people who utilize FOMO? This contributes to a gate. It stops so many people from starting. It's a literal gate, or a figurative gate, I guess. Both figurative and literally felt gate. So when you tell me that Duolingo is a waste of time, that's fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And a lot of people say, well, it's not, well, I'm encouraging other useful techniques. But yes, that's good. Encouraging other techniques, for sure. However, you created a gate here using fear for Duolingo. Duolingo is something originally accessible, right? But through your advice, you are making this inaccessible by forming a gate of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That is gatekeeping, in my opinion. Very respectfully so. Fear is a great motivator to stay away from something. If there's anything that I can relate to fear, uncertainty, and doubt, is multiculturalism. The Asian face culture. If you fear, I don't know, loving someone, that's a gated community. You can't join people in love. Right? Let's not use love then. Face culture. Saying your Japanese is good. Cue the Nihongo Jozu, right? Nihongo Jozu. Is that how you say it, actually? Face culture creates a gate. 日本語が上手. Oh yeah, 日本語が上手ですね. Right? It's a gate. But gates can be good. They can be harmless. Right? Right? It's up to the person interpreting it. It could be motivating as well. I'm not saying gatekeeping is negative, but it can still be gatekeeping. So when someone tells you that phrase, 日本語が上手ですね, they can see it as a mental gate. Like, I haven't entered the gate yet. As in, oh, I'm not good enough yet to open the gate. And here I watch, yeah, Dogen does it a lot. I think Dogen, I'm not a very funny person, and I don't I don't think of skits and stuff, but Dogen has a patented brand that diffuses things like this so that there's a light sparkle of humor and still be encouraging while like downplaying some of the, in my opinion, gatekeeping. That is unintentional. I think it's coming from a high standard and a place of potential compassion. Like, you want people to learn fast, quick, embrace the like speed of trying to get really fluent so that you can welcome them into your community, right? Until you abandon. But these people didn't do it that way. They're saying until you abandon Duolingo, you cannot become fluent. That is the subtext of their advice. And my rebuttal is, hey, guess what? I use other methods too. The only thing you see on video is you're assuming that's the only thing I do. But have you watched my videos? I actually talk to other people half the time about other things, other methods. I am genuinely curious. I genuinely ask whenever a new stranger asks, hey, what are you using to use a language? Because Duolingo enables language learning. It doesn't make language learning less accessible, right? Like, it's making language more accessible. So if you say you're not gatekeeping because you're encouraging other methods and shutting the door on something that's accessible, then you are unemphatically proving my point in saying that you're making something inaccessible. I get so tired, in my opinion, like in a way, not really negative, but it's a common occurrence where people take something literally and say, oh, hey, gatekeeping is making something inaccessible. Well, when you make something accessible, inaccessible to them, that is gatekeeping. Gatekeeping goes two directions. It's a gate that keeps people out, and it's a gate that keeps people in, and a gate that allows people from the outside to enter. That is what a gate does. So, are they missing that it's only designed to lay the groundworks? Hank. Hank, the way you ask that is pretty funny, because the answer, they probably agree that yes, it only lays the groundwork, right? But the argument is at me. If you read the comments that I've responded to, it's at me for using Duolingo, not Japanese learning. Most of the comments are attacking me, as in because I'm a part of the Duolingo community, as in like they think I'm a gated community, as in, oh, I must be so narrow-minded because I've spent 300 hours on Duolingo. This guy must only use Duolingo, and they always go out of their way to defend Duolingo, and that's all they do, and they're wasting their time because I'm narrow-minded. I can't see that there are other methods that are. Those are the types of responses. It's an attack. It's a ad hominem critique of me. as a person. Not that. So while they're busy saying they care about language learning, if I know anything about you, it's not that you're narrow-minded. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to tell people, right? But the problem is, and I get it, I totally get why people get that impression, because I only release Duolingo stuff, right? I only release under Duolingo. So it's understandable. It's very understandable that the first impression you would likely get, and you're used to short formats and whatnot, if you see someone who posts 63 days of Duolingo, you are likely to assume they only use Duolingo, right? That's perfectly reasonable. And then it is up to me to try to at least try to dispel any misunderstanding. There's a very pragmatic reason that I use Duolingo, and it often deals with the business side of things, like the pragmatic side of things. Maybe we'll tackle Anki and the rest in the future, and I already know that we're going to do something else because Lotus here have provided me with something else. I actually think looking at notes from other people learning Japanese is pretty boss. So we're not going to even get to Anki. I don't even think Anki is interesting anymore. If you want to learn about how to use Anki, I'm sure there's a lot of other people. But we're talking about being open-minded. So incorporating new things. So how do I learn from Duolingo? Well, it's not an open challenge, but I'm going to tell you now. If you look through just one day, or maybe even 2 days of Duolingo, of my sessions, it is not what people are doing with Duolingo. They don't sit here and talk about this thing scribbling on the screen nonstop. That's why I'm inefficient, right? I don't spend 30 minutes bootstrapping through Duolingo. I spend 30 minutes talking with other people about language learning and all my thoughts in it. And it welcomes discussions. So of all the things, the biggest irony here is the particular comment was that I sound ironic, or I think the word they're looking for is I sound hypocritical most of the time. That is inherent to someone who is not narrow-minded. As in, if you're open-minded, if you spend hours of doing something and always trying to welcome new ideas, at any one point, those ideas are going to be hypocritical to something else. Being narrow-minded means you have no capacity to be hypocritical, right? If you are narrow-minded, that is literally the idiom of being straight and narrow. Straight and narrow. Like if we're talking about using idioms to portray something, do you know what narrow-minded is? Well, it's straight and narrow. It's straightforward. It's direct. Of all the people, in my opinion, to call me or insist that I sound hypocritical, I acknowledge that, actually. I'm actually not going to deny that. It is incredibly hard to not be hypocritical at any point if you're open-minded. It's exceedingly difficult. If you are narrow-minded and you focus on one thing, you rarely disagree, like inconsistent, because you're hyper-focused on that. There was another comment from a fun YouTube video, and I want to end it on this. I wasn't expecting to digress today, but thank you. I really appreciate it, Hank, Lotus, and Carl, who's not here anymore. Who's off to bed. I want to end with the idea of what was it? I think it was something like if two people agree, right? If two people agree, they they are either smart slash correct, right? Or they are both idiots. I forgot what the idiom is, but someone can inform me what the idiom is. But if a lot of people agree, they are either all smart and correct, or they are all idiots. This is the essence of narrow-mindedness. Or groupthink. Groupthink is probably the phrase I would use. Groupthink. So, hey, if you want to peddle that, fair enough. I'm going to be wrong and right consistently throughout. There are going to be things that agree with you. There are going to be things that disagree with you. And then tomorrow, you might agree with different things and then disagree with different things, because my mind is not narrow. It changes rapidly to the point where it's way too hard to summarize to someone who makes a comment and only see what they want to see. And it's kind of refreshing if the comment actually showed me that they saw something. So in this comment that this recent person talked about, they brought up the word gatekeeping cope. And to me, it was really great because it also means that they saw something in the video before writing the comments. Actually, 90% of video comments that I've seen so far pertaining to me did not share an indicator. And when I spoke to these people as rationally as I can, they ultimately concede that, yeah, it's true, we jump to conclusions. It's like, but I still stand firm by my opinion. And I'm like, I respect that. You have your opinions? Or actually, most of the time they say, the facts. My facts are correct, regardless if I jump to conclusions about you. So sorry about jumping conclusions about you. That's a fact, right? After the fact. And then they say like, but all the facts that I say are correct. And I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. I'm not here to convince you that your facts are not correct. I'm here to express that I get to choose to believe you. Right? That's an entirely different story. If you care so much about my well-being and the well-being of other learning language community members, if you can't even exercise a minuscule amount of compassion to care about how the other person interprets your words, then what do you expect the other person to say? You care about me by not caring about me? If there's anything I'm hypocritical about, I am certainly not hypocritical about investing just as much time as the other person is willing to invest in me. In fact, I would say I want to double down my efforts. So if you spent only 2 sentences stripping me of all my efforts and, commentary and stripping me down to like 10 seconds you watched of a 5-hour video, then I will at least spend more than 20 seconds writing my response. And in this comment, I spent 4.5 hours. So that person who wrote that comment, good luck, I suppose. Good luck with everything. It's very clear that you don't care about me. That's perfectly fine. I'm not the main character in anyone's universe. So, fair enough. But I challenge anyone to read my post and tell me that that is someone that doesn't care about language learning. If I give off that example that I'm so narrow-minded that I reject other people's things because this person literally accused me of holding a double standard for Duolingo because I don't say anything about any other thing other than Duolingo. I always defend it and I'm always like talking about its flaws. Like one of the things that that person pointed out, which indicated that they actually watched the video, was that they said that I was excusing I was excusing Duolingo's flaws by saying I don't want to speedrun it. And then they said, but I grind Duolingo. So isn't there an irony here? And I made a rebuttal to that too, by the way. When you speedrun something, speed is a rate of change. It's not a number of time. I could be spending 60 hours talking about Duolingo and doing nothing on Duolingo. That's not a rate of change. It has nothing to do with speedrunning. 63 days, how many of that proportion is actually using Duolingo? It's half. At least half of that. So, you see what you want to see. I wrote in a really, really cogent response, hopefully. And it probably has run-on sentences and grammatical mistakes. It's very heavy-handed. It's how I write English. My writing in English, I think, is far more sophisticated than my speaking language, right? As well, it's so sophisticated sometimes that it's to a fault. As in, it's probably very hard to read and very hard to understand. That's perfectly understandable. But it is me trying to put in as much effort as I can for someone who's willing to put their pride and arrogance on the line to tell me what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. So, hey, embrace the idiocy or embrace the genius. I could be wrong, you know, I could be wrong in 300 days. Am I going to be upset or regret or wasting time? Statistically unlikely. Very, very statistically unlikely. I will have a lot of friends. I hope to have a lot of colleagues by the time this journey ends. And where does this journey end? I have no idea. And I'm not looking at the end of the journey. I'm looking at what is happening in front of me. There are lots of respectable people in the Japanese learning community, and I hope to highlight those people and not let the growing, trending toxicity in the Japanese learning community to outshine people who just like to learn a different language and sharing that language instead of constantly talking down and second classing other people's methods. It's pretty. I don't blame for a lot of people who quit Duolingo, and I actually think people who quit Duolingo now are not necessarily due to Duolingo's flaws. It's actually due to the toxicity and animosity that's going towards people who are associated with Duolingo. And there is a point, in a tipping point, where when I ask someone, does Duolingo work? The first response they give me is, I heard and told Anki is faster. Who's gating who now? Right? Like, who's gating who? You don't think this is a form of gatekeeping? Duolingo is inaccessible to anyone who excludes Duolingo. So when you're reading your internet post and all that stuff, especially this, and the facts are 20 for the Japanese people, right? Pre 2023 Japanese, it's not the same as post 2023 Japanese. Even then, even if I discard this is still gatekeeping. So lots of times, in fact, the reason people quit, I asked them, like, why did you stop using Duolingo? It's like, all my friends and other people use other things. Use other things. There's a point in this discussion that it's no longer about the flaws that end up making people quit Duolingo. It ends up being doomsaying, FUD, and gatekeeping. And you know what I've said to that recently? I no longer have the goal of being fluent in anything, because now, in order to make myself not be a criminal or someone that's outside something, I use the phrase Duolingo fluency. Because what I'm really doing is I'm using Duolingo. This phrase is a gatekeeper's categorization. I am not someone who's learning Japanese. I am apparently someone who's learning Duolingo. And I am not someone that will become fluent in anything or like mix of anything because I will become Duolingo fluent. That is gatekeep speak. You are establishing that your community is more important than anyone else that differs. You give them names. You give them categories. You are from, okay, I like Fallout. I've been watching Fallout in Amazon because on Amazon it was a recent thing. I am from Vault Duolingo and you are from Vault 33. Congratulations. You have officially, literally established a gate between two communities. People who use Duolingo and people who don't. Right, flawed as it may be in places, you'll still make great strides. The reward comes breaking through stumbling blocks and you find yourself reinvigorated. I love that, Hank. It's beautiful. It's so beautifully written. I'm fortunate that I don't experience any of that as I'm going it alone. I know no Japanese speaker or really anyone also engaging in language learning. Yeah. So I don't want to make it sound like there are bad people exclusively. I actually think these people are very passionate. They're incredibly passionate and they know they worked super hard. I'm not saying they don't. They work super hard and they are trying to make it easier for me, right? That's the noble intent. They're trying to make it easier for me. I don't mind it. I don't mind it being hard. You know, that's the irony here, right? I don't mind working hard. In fact, the harder I work, the more I'm energized to continue working. So yeah, Duolingo doesn't give me grammar points. It doesn't. It really doesn't overall. It doesn't give grammar points, right? So I have to work harder. I have to work harder to find grammar points. Well, thank you, Tofuku. The people at Tofuku is absolutely amazing. So in the way they organize things. So thank you, Tofuku. So I worked harder to find the things that aren't there, right? So much like all these people who worked super hard, they went out to criticize someone who's probably more like me. I'm more likely to resonate with them, really. Right? Of all the people to make not friends with, I'm more likely to resonate with people who work super hard, stumbled along the way, and then now have this urge to be righteous and moral grandstanding and say, oh yeah, you know, I've gone through all of this. It's so hard. Don't do this. Don't do that. And to keep myself from that urge, I ask myself, why? Do I know why they're doing it yet? I should really go out and ask them why they're doing it. At least spend time understanding what is it. Like going up to someone and they're sparkling like sunshine, like Zari in Duolingo, just sparkling sunshine and having fun and talking to people. And the first thing you think is very helpful is, man, dude, you're wasting your time. And also all your friends who are talking to you, yeah, they're a waste of time too. Like, just skip that. Like, that's terrible. Why would you ever do that? You're only reinforcing bad Japanese between all of you guys. I'm like, well, I wouldn't trade it. I would not trade it. Working hard has its flaws, for sure. Working hard and not smart, right? And you don't have to tell me twice about working smart versus working hard, I suppose. Generally speaking, though, I'm not here to run a sprint. I'm here to run a marathon. So there are going to be people who learn way faster than me with other things other than Duolingo. I welcome them, because if they can find fun in educating me and preventing me, or like adding to my Duolingo fluency, I'm open arms. Absolutely open arms. I have the privilege 3 or 4 times, 3 Japanese speakers and 1 middle schooler, and the exchange that they had with other people who are learning Japanese, it was priceless. Absolutely priceless. So it's nice. It constantly reminds me that there are not these individuals. But vocal minorities, you have to appreciate them as well. Vocal minorities are incredibly passionate as well. They're probably super fluent. The last 2 interactions I have no doubt that they know way more Japanese than I do. And they're probably sitting there feeling like they understand way more and appreciate way more. That's fair enough. About Japanese, I suppose. But I'm not coping with anything. I'm actually looking forward to it. There's a difference between coping. This person suggested that I was coping by using like words like gatekeeping and stuff. I actually find gatekeeping incredibly endearing. So contrary to what people believe, I suppose, or what this person believes, I find gatekeeping incredibly endearing. It means that they either care about the thing so much that they're willing to go out of their way to place their pride and arrogance on the line. And maybe, just maybe, I get along with these people and we learn even more together. Together as language learners. Not together as fighting and being bitter about who's on the right side and who's on the wrong side. Let's see what it hands out. I might end up talking about this one other time, because I typed my response and it's pretty clear that this person operates in a different time zone. So perhaps they'll yell at me and say I'm a pompous jerk who only psychoanalyzes other people and stuff. That happens. So we'll see what direction it goes. But to me, that's worth it. It's worth getting to understand who your opponents are. Why make an enemy of an enemy without profiting or learning from your enemy? In fact, a lot of times, like in science, I said this multiple times, when you understand all your opponents, it only strengthens your resolve and strengthens your appeal and your stance on what you know, because your stance will incorporate everything your opponents can throw at you. So if you know everything your opponents throw at you, it's stronger for it. There are less holes. I think Duolingo has challenged me in ways that I didn't think I would be challenged. As in, the hard part about Duolingo, in my opinion sometimes, is making things that it lacks work for me. And how do I do that? I go out and look for alternatives. Sometimes in science, you gotta see what's not there as well as what is there. Know what you don't know and what you do know. It's not just what you do know. Ask yourself when you criticize me, the Sun Tzu approach. Yeah, the Sun Tzu approach. Yeah, I hear that a lot. Sorry, I haven't read The Art of War, like the Sun Tzu approach. However, over my life, a lot of people had told me, like, have you read Sun Tzu, The Art of War? And I'm like, I didn't get it for a very long time. And most people said, like, it's because that's one of the core approaches in the book, in the book, right? And I had no idea. This is where I collectively experience based on teaching and interacting with a lot of people. You have to understand your opponents. In science, you are rigorously told that you have to formulate as many counter arguments to your stance. If you can do that, you can walk into any room and be like, if I know my opponents, there's no concern, there's no insecurity. You know exactly what they're thinking, like, or at least you have an idea, so you aren't lost. Now it's up to your opponent to get one ahead of you. But if you're always reading your opponent, you don't need to even defend yourself. You address your opponent's remark. You don't reveal your hand, basically, right? In the state of war, you don't do that either. Like, don't reveal all your hand. You only reveal just enough to get ahead of your opponent. Your opponent reveals their hand. You get your opponent to reveal their hand, and you read their hand. And you only use what you know unless someone's asking you for help. And no one's asking me for help. I'm usually the person in this situation that's less competent in Japanese. And I totally respect that, because I definitely am nowhere near competent enough. However, there are some people recently that started using Duolingo just for like a month or two. They already told me, like, after a month, they're going to drop Duolingo to do like fluency teachers and stuff. That's fair. But at least in that period, I can talk to them about it. Right there, I've gone long enough now where now I have both the experiences. One in a place of someone who has more competence, not just a person who has the least amount of competence. Right? I'm only 37 years old, so if you are substantially older than me, my likelihood, like in the Japanese culture, I respect seniority a lot. I actually greatly value wisdom over semantics. So if you're someone that says you have the kanji database of what so happens, I'm less impressed than demonstrating to me that you can read my mind and connect with me, even at an old age, right? That is the wisdom. That is the proverbial Chinese folktale about meeting a wise man, and they are able to ask the correct questions, the correct ideas, and give you things that breathe life back into your life, not to discourage you from living life. So it's one thing to elevate your position by putting someone else down, be it a product or an attack on the character. It's another thing to elevate both of you, elevating your opponent while also demonstrating that you understand your opponent. That takes, in my opinion, far more wisdom and more open-minded. You are far more enlightened when you try to take your opponent's position. So I understand Duolingo didn't work for them, right? And that's where I wanted to end this digression. It'll be placed up, I think, I don't know what I'm gonna call it. There's a central theme to this. I don't want to sound it like maybe too... language learning is collaborative, not antagonistic. That's probably why I'm going to title the bit. Right. Thanks for listening. So now we're going to try to complete 11 lessons with new vocabulary. Okay, where were we? Oh, the new thing. This whole using the negative, positive, or negative non-pass as a way to suggest something is kind of new to me.
今週末遊びませんか？今週末。
今週末。今週末。
今週末遊びませんか？
遊びませんか? So I didn't think this was the way, but this is really interesting. And Duolingo didn't highlight that this is like a contextually new thing. It is a contextually new thing. It's super important too. Like instead of saying konshu matsu, like konshu matsu asobi mashoka, or yeah, asobi mashoka, they're using konshumatsu asobi masenka. So I'm curious. I'm gonna have to spend a little bit of my evening, maybe 2 or 3 hours, getting a feel for which phrase and how and where people use asobi masenka versus asobi mashoka, right? So
大阪で遊びませんか
yep. And then there, obviously, Duo is gonna continue to do it this way with pretty much as many predicates as relevant to this topic. So, Osaka de asobimasen ka? Senka? Okay. Would you like to hang out in Osaka? I wish one day, I look forward to one day being able to say this just for fun. Like, be in Osaka and then know someone from like Japan, maybe, and it's like, hey, someone's in Tokyo. It's like, hey, come down to Osaka. Like, would you like to hang out in Osaka? That would be pretty fun hypothetical situation. We're using this phrasing. Yes, grammar points need more in-depth description, but that may be gradually implemented. I honestly believe they're going to get to that point, Hank. Yes, it will be gradually implemented. For the time being, for someone like myself, I'm asking these questions already, right? So I'll find it elsewhere for now. I wouldn't have encountered Tofuku if Duolingo had all the grammar points. And I think, actually, I might. Sometimes when I get a grammar point from one tool, I check another tool for grammar points. So I want at least 2 or 3 different resources about the same things. So at some point, maybe I'll probably use Anki. For now, the way I'm using vocabulary is not overlapping with Duolingo yet. I actually use a YouTuber or a channel that uses all the N5, like the JPLT, like JLPT vocabulary, and they just leave like 5 seconds in between of all the vocabulary with like a flashcard basically. So no, I'm not using Anki, but I'm also actually using something else that someone else put time and effort into selecting and then already flashing it. So yes, you might be thinking, oh yeah, but this guy doesn't use Anki. How would they know how valuable Anki is? Well, I know the concept of Anki. And on YouTube, I actually do something very similar. It's someone who selected all the JLPT vocabularies, sort them by the levels, and they made videos where they flashed the kana, kanji, the English word, an image every 5 seconds. And they do it in like 25 sets. So I didn't even download Anki or find what the sets I want are. I picked something else to complement how Duolingo introduces vocabulary. So I keep telling people, like, nonchalantly, yes, Duolingo says I have about 850 vocabulary words, right? I technically have like 1,200 now vocabulary words. There are lots of non-overlapping vocabulary words that are in other people's like priorities than this. Like, for example, kisetsu. They introduced all the seasons, but kisetsu is one of the first words in the JLPT thing, seasons. They introduced weather, right? Tanki, right? Tanki or tenki. Yeah, tenki. The phrase for weather, as opposed to say haru natsu. So these words, there are a lot of words that fell through, like animals. Lots of animal words and geographical features like rivers and stuff. They're all there. So I didn't use Anki, but I definitely took inspiration from people who keep saying Anki, Anki, Anki. I did it something different. It's fine. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desho. Right. I say I'm at a similar word level. Yeah. So I do invest a lot of time. I love the Japanese language, but I don't want to sound biased. I love learning more than the Japanese language. So the learning is the biggest part. If I can keep myself happy, motivated, even when people attack my character over and over again, nothing really stops you. It doesn't have to be Japanese. It could be going on a diet. It could be treating yourself with confidence. It could be exercising self-love. It could be helping your friend through tough times. When you have the capacity to learn and constantly be motivated in learning, even when people criticize you and you still learn from their critical, like subjective, even possibly hateful comments, nothing really stops you, in my opinion. I'm not concerned. I am absolutely not concerned if I sound like a Duolingo AI Japanese speaker. In fact, I might actually deliberately use it to my advantage. Hey, guys, you know what I can do? I can sound like one of these Duolingo characters. You want to hear? It's gonna be pretty exciting. I actually don't know who I sound like. I honestly think I resonate most with... I want to sound like their synthetic voice for Oscar. That's who I want to sound like. Okay, maybe Falstaff. Falstaff is pretty good too. If I had like a female-ish persona, I do want to sound like Lily. So, hey, you might think this is cringe or something, but hey, I'm having fun. So, let me know which artificial voice you want to sound like when you're learning your language in Duolingo. I will tell you how to use all my wasted time to make money or success or what have you. If I'm presented lemonades or presented anything, hard work gives it polish. Not something that is prescribed by someone else. You do not hold ownership of things, of people telling you what to do. You hold ownership of the things you choose based on advice. So thank you for your advice, right? I thank you, stranger, for your advice, however emotionally charged it may be. I'll take your advice. I'll use it to my benefit. Know this, though. Since you're not learning anything from me, interacting with me, you don't get anything out of it. Besides the satisfaction of maybe seeing me successful, doing things that you didn't want me to do. So if that gives you some, value for your well-being, there you go. However, for me, I've learned something from you, and that's priceless. Whether it's the thing you intended or not, I've learned something from you. I don't waste my time trying to get self-satisfaction. I usually use my time to learn something at all turns of events. So give me a rock and I'll probably polish it to something useful. That's kind of how that works. If Duolingo is so flawed, I will make it work with other things or other techniques or what have you. It's an obstacle if you want it to be. Usually I work with something, not against it. You get bored through flashcard drills. This keeps me more engaged. I agree. I think I did the whole flashcard drills thing. I do it every 2 or 3 days. And I would do 100 at a time. So 25, 25, 25, 4 sets of 25. And I would do it 3 times over with a 30 second to a minute break in between. And then it's every 3 or 4 days. I write all my kana every 3 or 4 days as well. So every kana character, every 3 or 4 days. And then now I write all the kanji that's in the kanji section every 3 or 4 days. I don't habitually drill day after day. And Duolingo, it looks like I'm grinding every day on Duolingo, but usually I'm talking about something different during Duolingo. So every Duolingo day is actually different outside of this whole like mechanical translating thing. So I'm in my head, I'm not actually doing the same thing every day. In fact, if you are still around, if anyone is still around, by the time 75 days roll over, I'm going to do my review for 75 days, and I'm going to do something different while I'm streaming Duolingo after 75 days. And it involves a technique that my Spanish teacher used very, very well, and that is to consciously only speak in as many vocabulary as I can while I'm speaking to myself. I speak to myself all the time because that's part of streaming, right? Now instead, I'm gonna attempt to replace all my English words with Japanese words. So in the future, I'm gonna say, どこですか? 何は? Eh? I can't express this isn't right, is it? Or this isn't right, ですね? So a lot of times it's going to be broken, it's going to be hybrid, right? Where I will immediately input the English word where I don't have a word for it yet. But generally it's going to be a hybrid system where every time I make a comment to myself, I'm going to replace any word that I know in Japanese, regardless if it's broken or like out of context grammatically, in order to convey an idea. And that's how I use Fujonese and English. It's going to be back and forth. Like, for example, I asked my mother, like, Duolingo Hospital. Why make a report card? He said, no. So that kind of thing. So this is the stuff that I do all the time. And I learned almost all of my Fujonese through the idea of being able to blend the thing, and it becomes second nature. And what happens is you either adopt the principal grammatical structure of the first language you deploy or the second language. I do that all the time already, but I haven't done it externally, as in I haven't done it vocally yet. So I will start at day 75 to do it vocally. Sometimes I do, but sometimes I don't. So I'm trying to become more comfortable in improvising. Oh, you do that internally too, Hank? Yeah, exactly. So when up to this point, it hasn't become apparent that I'm doing this internally. Like sometimes I don't actually read the English translation, or like it takes me a while, like, oh, wait, okay. Because I was thinking about Fujonese. I was thinking, how do I say this in Fujonese? Meanwhile, it's not audible, so you can't see it. You can't really see this happening. So I have to be a little bit more cognizant of doing this. So I will actively do this in the future. Not right now, though. My competency is... I still don't think like 1200 vocabulary is enough. There are very specific words that are still missing. I'll have a random thought and sometimes try to translate it. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I agree. It's one of those things that... Imagine trying to design a program that gets you to do that. I understand that there are a lot of people that attempt that. I don't know if it fits into what Duolingo's model is like, but there are other programs or the other tools that can get you to do that. You can still do it with yourself. Like what I mean is you can still engage in a similar way with yourself. And that's kind of what I do a lot of times. In Spanish class back in college, you only speak Spanish in Spanish class. Or you're encouraged to predominantly only speak Spanish in Spanish class. And it leads to mistakes, but it leads to wonderful things. Some people like for me, I would even encourage a person, okay, so you don't remember the grammatical structure for Spanish. Use Spanish in the English structure and ask yourself what sounds weird and what doesn't, right? Because if you do it, you can actually end up catching like, oh wait, that kind of sounds weird. Let me rearrange it a little. And that's kind of the problem solving of using like, yeah, true, you can learn all about the grammar and try to remember it all before you start speaking. But you could speak and then troubleshoot through relying on your ears and your sight and other people's reaction while you're doing that. So this was inspired off of many of the multilingual, multiracial, cultural couples. When you see them talk, they would transition out of like German into English, then English into Vietnamese, and then back and forth. They would transition back and forth, and then you still understand what they're saying to some extent. Like even the English provides enough framework for understanding the context of the German or the Vietnamese, or you go between Malaysian English and Japanese, right? So it happens a lot. When I talk to my parents, it's a combination of English and Fujianese, because there are words, actually, there are literal words that cannot be communicated in Fujianese. But my parents find it normal to contextualize English words with Fujianese. So that's kind of what I'm going to do. And it's going to slow me down because I'm not speedrunning Duolingo. I don't know what gives people the impression that I'm speedrunning Duolingo. So I'm going to try to do that in the future. So it's gonna be slow going at first, like, 勉強しましょうか？日本語を勉強しましょうか? Or should I say しませんか? From today's lesson. Shall we? Would you like? Oh, wait. 一緒に日本語を勉強しませんか? Would you like to learn Japanese with me? There we go. That's kind of where I'm going. So not yet, because I just learned that vocabulary now. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna do it from now on. And definitely what goes on in my head when I'm learning new vocabulary. All right, now we really got to complete these lessons. I really appreciate it, Hank. By the way, Lotus in chat, the one that's like being scarce and stuff, he also still uses Duolingo, but he used also the Duolingo of Japanese way before as well. So you and him are probably the most vigorous. There is Indy, but Indy is always chilling in the storage closet somewhere. But anyways, yeah, there are two other people that I've talked to almost habitually, daily, that kind of sees all of this stuff, and we have a lot of blast. I learned so many extra words by them, and when it comes up in Duolingo, I'm like, yep, that's definitely the word, and I would throw knots all the time. Okay, all right.
一緒に遊びませんか? 一緒に
Speaking of ishoni, right? 一緒に
遊びませんか?
遊び
ますか?
Oh yeah, see? Ishoni. They did it already. Ishoni asobi masenka. I didn't know this was gonna happen, but it was a natural progression. Like they had to have started doing this. It's got to be here somewhere. I love guessing what's coming up next too. It's kind of like a video game, right? If you understand Duolingo's developers, it's kind of fun when you nail what they're going to tell you soon. Like, wait a minute. If they're telling me about karaoke, they've got to give me the predicate for singing, right? Like, come on, you don't just talk about things you would do involving singing not to give you the predicate for singing. Or dancing, for that matter, that kind of thing. Anyways. Yeah, you become Duolingo fluent. Yeah, you start recognizing patterns. Like, Hank, did you like the ones where they like give you, you know, the fill in the blanks where they start with like they give you a choice of day and ni, and then it's obvious that they're trying to tell you like, oh yeah, day and ni have some overlaps, but in this very situation, you know which one you're going to use day and which one you're going to use ni. Or like when they introduced the na adjective for like, I don't know, it was like section 2 unit 7, where they showed you two sentences and one had a na and one didn't have a na with the same exact word, the same exact adjective. It'd be like kirei or I don't know, shizuka, you know, and it would be shizuka and shizuka na. And no, they don't explain it to you which one you should be picking, and if you get it wrong, they're not going to explain to you which one is wrong and which one is right. The idea is these are the two situations. Can you see the difference? Right? And they did put a grammar point actually for non-adjectives. Yeah, you start recognizing patterns. Exactly. Only know to pick out a couple keywords. Yep. Exactly. And one thing that's really funny recently is they start your question, you know, the answer response questions, right? The response questions. The response questions, oftentimes there's like two really not related answers, like not related at all, right? At first. And then one was like, okay, did you see the keyword? So like if you didn't hear any of the sentences, like anything, but if you picked up 3 or 4 of the keywords, you know what the answer is. And then the other two is just outrageous, as long as you know those keywords. And then eventually around now, like almost through section 2, they became more rigorous. As in now they're trying to trick you and say like, okay, they said 1 hour, but the description said 4 hours. And then one of the responses, a long time. The other response is exactly 1 hour. So you can definitely see the design where they're like, okay, well, you should be good at picking up keywords now, right? Like after a while, like, okay. Now 2 of the 3 responses are nitpicking now. Did you pick up 4 hours or did you pick up no hours? Like if you only heard the keyword hours, you have to make sure you picked up 4. You're responding to the statement about food and the second option is talking about a bus. Exactly. So I think they can kick it up slowly, but I honestly think a lot of people feel like they're offended sometimes. I get this a lot. This impression like, oh yeah, this is too easy. It's very offensive because they kind of treat you like a kid, where 2 of the statements don't even like are related. And it's like, well, how long did you keep going? Because eventually these things get really nitpicky, like and then they complain about that too. The same person would complain about like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of tricks. Like they used take and takes as an example, like a translation example. And it's like, yeah, the reason why I use this example is I accidentally selected takes once and I needed take and I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, all right, Duolingo, all right, you got me. But over time, like I've become incredibly nitpicky. Like I'm so hyper aware of like little things. And that's kind of the thing that I said Duolingo has taught me again, like as in a class. It feels like a classroom where they're subjected to these little things. When in my head I'm translating general ideas, right? When you're talking in a language, you're thinking about general ideas. You're a little loose about your translations. But sure enough, the more I use Duolingo, the more they say like, no. You need to know these exact words. These are the exact words, okay? And sometimes you get that, this is a Duolingoism, another correct answer. another correct answer, a text, and all I can do is, yep. That's so passive aggressive, but I can picture that green bird Duo looking at me is like, well, we'll accept that answer, but you didn't get the exact answer. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. And most of the time I thank them because I'm like, oh yeah, you know, that's not how I would have done it, but you know, this is exceptionally true for prepositional phrases. In English, when you throw prepositional phrases around, like on Monday, where do you throw on Monday? You can throw it anywhere. You can throw it in the beginning, you can throw it in the middle, you can throw it at the end. And then like with my family, where are you gonna throw it? You can throw it in the you can throw it in the middle, you can throw it at the end. Like, so yeah, Duolingo does provide some flexibility, but whenever I get this message, I'm like, oh you Duolingo, I know, I didn't get the exact answer you wanted. So over time, I've been trying to interpret, remind myself, oh, this is a Duolingo interpretation versus a translation. So I talked about this a bit, using my vocabulary a bit more, and distinguish between translating and interpreting. And always remind myself, oh yeah, this is an interpretation. Like this phrase right here is an interpretation. After talking with many other language learners that are currently, this is far from a translation, as in like almost striving to be one-to-one, right? Because they're gonna say this is, do you want to hang out with me, or would you like to hang out with me, is the interpretation. But if I'm reading this, you know, based on what I know about Japanese, that's not quite it. However, it is an interpretation. So the idea is we're getting to that point where there are going to be interpretations of phrases, and that sparks my interest a lot. Only because Duolingo doesn't explain these things, in my opinion.
一緒に遊びませんか？
明日一緒に遊びませんか？
Making lemonade with lemons, I tell ya. Okay. 明日一緒にを遊びます遊びませんか? Would you like to hang out together tomorrow? Yeah, it's more like, do you want to hang out together with just me? Yeah, just me. Exactly, indeed. It's there's so many ways to like kind of literally interpret it or translate it, and you have to understand that about Duolingo, right? So if you're really learning from Duolingo, you also want to ask yourself, how else can you interpret this thing? Or how else can you translate this thing? And then find other resources to corroborate. Much like if you download an Anki thing, I hope that other people download more than one Anki thing to know that the Anki stuff are consistent or not consistent, right? It's kind of like learning all your English from one person. You kind of hope that you're learning from a lot of people eventually by using the language. If you constantly think about your language in one context and your language is very popular, you're going to have mixed results. It's a collective, right? So much like how I am very resistant, Indy. I know. I'm very resistant to like you and Lotus saying like, well, it really means this. And like, yeah, I know. I will remember that, okay? I will try to remember all of the above. It's not really choosing one or the other. If I have enough room in my limited noggin, I will try to remember all of it. Just like not stopping using Duolingo, all of it. I'll try very, very hard. And usually that takes a really long time. So. Yeah, but I agree with you though. When I first saw the this phrasing, my first thought was, I bet Lotus and Indy have something to say about this. That's literally my first thought. I'm like, okay, so if I were Indy, how would I retranslate this? Because this is clearly Duolingo is taking, Duolingo is taking some liberties here. And I've learned from you guys what Duolingo may or may not do outside, right? So I'm already prepared to be welcoming how other people describe things to me. Being Duolingo fluent does not mean fluency in Japanese. I absolutely agree. Does it stop me from learning Duolingo? No, it doesn't. It's something else. It's something else entirely. You know what makes Duolingo so remarkable compared to learning Anki? You could say if I learned Duolingo, if I became Duolingo fluent, my influence can extend to all the people who use Duolingo. So ask yourself, who has more influence? And if I can use that influence to encourage people to use Anki and interact and encourage them to interact with other people in a friendly manner, much like other people should encourage encouraging two Duolingo users, then we win, right? Everyone wins. At least I think. At least I hope. You gotta start. You gotta start somewhere. So, would you like to hang out together tomorrow, right? I think we're okay here.
明日のコンサートに行きませんか？
明日のコンサートに行きませんか? I like this phrase. I kind of like this phrase more than saying 行きましょうか? So 明日のコンサートに行きましょうか? Right? Because that was introduced in the volitional unit way back. I get it. Now it makes sense why some of you used this. I don't know if it's specifically you or Lotus. There's other people who, like, when they were trying to ask back in Japanese for me to read, they did this, right? When they're asking a question, and I didn't quite understand it. So having this now makes a little bit more sense to me after all these days, as opposed to, and then it kind of makes sense to me because I already know the volitional. So I don't know if Duolingo did this on purpose. I actually think they did. They intentionally did this, where they introduced volitional before they introduced this phrasing. Because now you can draw the comparison between the volitional and using the negative non-past question form. Because yeah, ikimasen ka without having a context of volitional might be a little hard to understand that it's asking, would you like to do something, right? It's a bigger leap than understanding. You could also say, should we do something instead? I do not believe that is by mistake. Like, oh yeah, it just so happens it works that way. I really doubt it. So unlikely. Okay. Largely because if you ask yourself, where would you start? Well, either or could have happened, but they chose this order. So, you know, maybe. I might be reading into it too much. いいですね.いいですね. The catch-all. いいですね. 行きましょう. Oh yeah, look. I forgot. They put the volitional as a response to the prompt. Like, look, you can't ignore. This is intentional. You see what I mean? Like, the response itself is drawing the comparison between the volitional of the same predicate. So there's no way they're doing this So somebody could just say, oh yeah, that's the right answer, and then be done with it. Don't even understand the relationship between ikimashou and ikimasenka, right? The two statements. So I think it's brilliant. Just to celebrate, balance out all the things that we said Duolingo lacks, which basically is the grammar points explaining these two.
今晩イベントがあります。
Wait, why is arimasu being highlighted here? Ga arimasu, ibento, ibento's new, konban, ibento ga arimasu.
があります。
Oh, I see. Wow. Well, there you have it. Existence. It's a different use of existence. I get it. There you go, Indy, you little heckin' Aru snob. sorry, Indy. there you heckin' go. There's your existence. Heckin' Indy. It's not have, okay? It's not have anymore, alright? Alright? You happy? It's existence. Okay, alright. There's an event this evening. Yeah, there's an event this evening. Evil laughing. Yeah, existence. Arimasu. There you go. And it's highlighted. Alright. There's an event this evening. 10時にサッカーの試合 Oh, yeah, 試合 game. I'm still looking for the word practice, but I don't think we're going to get the word practice today. So, no 試合があります. Yeah, there's a soccer game at 10 o'clock. Nice. Very nice. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be as fun, in my opinion, and I wouldn't be as electric and happy if we didn't have that long discussion of confusion between Aru and Iru in the how long ago it's been now. I think it's been over 25 days ago. I would say at least 25 days ago. We had that conversation about Aru and Iru. And there is and, have and interpretation. So paid off, Indy, paid off. It's almost like the back of my hand at this point. Okay, so
本番
本番
コンサート
コンサートがあります。
あります。
Okay, throwing in earlier half. Bade. Oh, and Bade performance. Yeah. Okay, so, and even this weekend, wow, this is fully loaded. The only non-new thing is... No, it's all new. This entire phrase is completely new to this unit. Technically. So we have
今週末
konshumatsu, right? It's a combination of three things we know. So konshumatsu. I don't think we need a... Yeah, we don't need a topic marker. Oh, there isn't one actually. Oh, wait. Yeah, konsumatsu.
バレエ
Bare
の
no
パフォーマンス
performance があります.
があります
So I think the only thing that's actually old here is no and ga. No and ga is the only thing that's not new here. You've also dabbled with the English course as a Japanese speaker. I'm about to do that too. Similar sentences, but the Japanese have some... Yeah, Hank. if and when I get closer to the end of the Japanese course in Duolingo, I imagine it's gonna be like another 3 months. Another 3 months if I'm being conservative. Because I'm gonna digress really often when things get more complicated. I want to learn English from all the secondary, tertiary, quaternary languages that I've learned in reverse to understand if I even know most of the English stuff, honestly, right? Like, and then what is the lens like from others? Because really, the most learned, like the most like highest pool of use of Duolingo is actually English from all the other languages. If you know what I mean. So, like one of a bigger group is the targeted language being English, not the other way around. So, exactly. And you can practice the reverse direction. And that's super awesome that you mentioned that, Hank. Doing the reverse to see if you can reinforce even more of your Japanese, right? In reverse. That's pretty cool. We already think alike. It's all good. Why not? Why not? It's a challenge. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you have time to play like other things or like play video games or something, because another tangent of Duolingo being the way it is for self-motivation is revisiting like video games of old, especially older Japanese games. They have language like this to some extent, like this really like formal, like robotic language kind of thing, or even emphasis on hirakana over kanji, integrating into the UI and stuff. So you can actually bring up old Japanese games, like Final Fantasy games, of which when I was younger, I actually just play it in Japanese because they're not available in English, and I learned where things are as opposed to actually learning Japanese. You can still get away with that while also challenging yourself to seeing what the Japanese are. Like, I knew what the Japanese word for fire was, right? Like fire, water, ice, all the elements, because you see the feedback when you select the Japanese characters, right? So you get things like, I mean, like even Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, like the cards and stuff, like Raigeki, Raigeki, Yami, like element, like light and dark, Hama. Oh, even Persona. Like even Persona, they actually keep those terms, like Hama, and oh no, what's opposite of Hama? It's not Yumi, right? No, it's not Yumi. But all of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, when you change the environment, like my first place that I knew what Yumi means, Umi, meaning the ocean, right? The sea, was because it's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's Umi. It changes the field into the water field. So video games do that too as well. So you can definitely seize the moment in applying yourself in that way. And you have visuals, you have feedback, that kind of thing. I think for the longest time I knew what attack, defense, all the different stats are. It's probably opposite, meaning pawn. Ike? Oh, yeah. I could see that. In Yu-Gi-Oh, in Yu-Gi-Oh cards, all the environments are now, in retrospect, they're all N5 JLPT terms. All of the Yu-Gi-Oh Japanese cards are, the name of those Japanese cards are all within N5 JLPT. Like Yama. I knew Yama for a while now because it's mountain range, and mountain range benefits flying monsters, flying creatures. So when you convert the field into Yama, it's mountain range. Flying creatures have an advantage in the mountain. I forgot what they call a field though. Like at the plains. I don't remember what word they use for plains. They might have just used the word grass. Like kusa. Kusa is probably what they used. Just for grass as opposed to plains. Right? Like a grass plains or a grass field or something. Possibly grassland is the phrase they use. You pick up a lot of things. I'm telling you. And learning and then going back is fantastic. It's very fantastic. Oh, we're describing seasonal events. Okay.
8月
Oh, there's our month. Hachikatsu. August. So no change. Hachikatsu. Okay.
8月 8月
Eh?
8月
Food. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is a shout out to Lotus because Lotus is a butthead. Sorry, Lotus. There you go. Food stuff or eating stuff, as they call it. Eating stuff.
食べ物
Tabemono. Eating stuff. Lotus already said like, oh yeah, you already have mono, which was like from seven units ago with kaimono, shopping. I'm like, yeah, mono is introduced as stuff. It's like, oh yeah, now that this unlocks all the other stuff. And it's like, well, here you go. Tabemono. And then because this was brought up, specifically tabemono, because cafeteria, they already spoiled cafeteria. Oh, I can't spell cafeteria. Cafeteria has the same kanji, this kanji, right? This kanji in cafeteria. Shokudo. And then yeah, nomimono as well. Nomimono. Yes. So someone already brought up nomimono as well. Yeah. So all this stuff I still haven't learned in Duolingo, but soaking it up. And now I have better motivation to this heckin' kanji was introduced alone in that one unit. That was it. And this kanji was a little bit cursed at first, but now it's okay. I'm okay with writing this kanji to some extent. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's the other. Wait. Yeah. I confused it with a different kanji, but. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Wait. Hold. Ugh. This stuff is cursed. Okay. All right. So, 食べ物
食べ物おいしい食べ物
Oishii tabemono. Okay. Tasty food. Okay. Tasty bananas. Oh no, it's freaking banana. Banana came up so much because banana because of music. Heckin' music. And don't get me started on things like pineapple pen. But there was a time when banana was also a thing. Songs with banana in it. Anyways. Okay. Okay, moving right
賑
along.
やかなお祭り
Nikiyaka. Nikiyaka na. Oh, bringing back now. Nikiyaka Omatsuri. Oh, this is festival. This is festival. Omatsuri. So this is the honor, right? This is the honor O and then Matsuri. And the reason why I know Matsuri is because I volunteer at an anime convention each year. And we have Matsuri festival. And I mean, lots of anime have Matsuri, so you can kind of pick up that word. And then the O, Duolingo thing. Omatsuri. Oishii tabemono or tabemono ga something shi I that kind of looks like, oh wait, that kind of looks like nomimas, but the right side looks like no nomu, but the left side is something else. Oh, is that Hoshi desu? Is it Hoshi desu? It's Hoshi desu. Sorry. I'm like, right before you typed it, I'm like, wait a minute. There's only one other word this would make sense that you're saying, because if you like tasty food, you gotta like it. So, I was thinking of ski desu, but yeah. You could have went with daisuki desu. We already went over the kanji for ski as well. Ski. So you could have went with that, but hoshi desu. Yeah, hoshi desu tai. I get a bit confused as when to use the na form. Sometimes I look for it and it's left out. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've learned enough to know when no, the only time I know when to use na if it's in the attributive form. It's the only time. But I think you're referring to the words that have na, right? Like figuring out when a word is a na adjective. Maybe that's what you're phrasing it. I don't know all the na adjectives yet. I have no idea. I only know the ones that are na introduced by Duolingo. However, na is only, this na convention is used when an adjective, a na adjective, is in the attributive form. Yeah. You use na form if the adjective is a na adjective. Yeah. If the exercise doesn't have na form, it is in a na adjective. Yep. Well, wait. If an adjective is used in the attributive form but doesn't have a na, right? It's not a na adjective, not na adjective. So an example would be like kawaii, oishi. These were in the attributive form before. In the attributive form, and they did not use a na. So these are not na adjectives by pattern. However, if it's in the attributive form and there's a na, then they always have a na in the attributive form. Yeah, I don't know all the words either, Hank. It's trial. And then you can look, yeah, you can definitely look between e and na for sure. Yeah, the e and na. There are patterns that they use, and Tofuku covers that too. So I'm secretly also aware of some of the patterns. Tofuku covers that as well. Yeah, right now I'm not really pressed for remembering it. Whatever Duolingo suggests. Nikiyaka na was already introduced as a na adjective, so why not? Just keep on going. Yeah. Also, by the way, this is indie. You, Hank, you've probably seen Indie and Lotus. They're probably my they're my closet gnomes for random questions when I'm too lazy and too complacent to do deep dives in the evening. I keep them away, stored in a closet somewhere, just in case. They're actually going to Japan too, both of them. So both of them have have aspirations to go to Japan, or have already planned. So we're all in the same boat to some extent. I do have plans in the next coming years because my parents want to visit my sister, and she is now going to be over there for another 3 years. So perhaps I'll get on my strap and get on studying, and then have an opportunity to use Japanese. So we're all in the same boat. Not a big coincidence, obviously. Nikiyaka na omatsuri. A lively festival.
チョコバナナをください。
Choco banana. Really? You're gonna introduce it as choco banana. Alright. Chocolate banana flavor. Oh, they didn't even throw in aji. Oh no, because they're ordering. Okay, fine. Choco banana o kudasai. A chocolate banana, please. Oh wait. Chocolate covered banana. Oh, that's a bit of a meta. That's an extra Oh, you know what? Is this fossilized too? Hold up. Oh no, this isn't fossilized. Oh. So what happens if you say choco no banana? Do you actually get a chocolate in the shape of a banana? These are the $1 million questions that are necessary for Japanese fluency. By that, I mean absolutely not necessary and unnecessarily nuanced that I don't really need to know this, but hey. What happens if you put choco no banana? Do you get a chocolate-shaped banana? Banana of chocolate? Yeah. I thought about leaving out covered to see if it still accepted it, but it didn't. Oh, okay. Thanks for testing that. because I don't have supers. I was gonna test it for science. So yeah. Oh, you didn't try it? Oh, you didn't try it. Oh, you didn't. Okay. I was thinking of trying it. Hank. I was thinking of trying it. But we'll keep that for another time. But yeah, if you say choco no banana, do you get a banana shaped chocolate? You see what I mean? Like, if you order, like, if you go to a menu, right? If you go to like a delicacy, or like a pastry shop, you know, okashiya, right? Okashiya. If you said choco no banana, do you get are you referring to a chocolate shaped banana, or not? I mean, banana shaped chocolate, right? As opposed to choco banana. Yeah, banana of chocolate. Yeah. So like, or do you get a banana that is made of, like, I was thinking banana made of chocolate. You know, banana of chocolate. And anyways, it's not important. It's not important. Don't worry about it. Choco banana works pretty well. Choco banana o kudasai. This is how I'm gonna remember choco banana for tomorrow when I do the recall in the beginning of the stream. Choco banana, it's my question about, is a chocolate banana the same as a chocolate covered banana? Or what am I actually ordering? I think it's a stretch because you can say made of, but it's very different. Yeah, fair enough. I was thinking even more literal. A banana hugging a chocolate. What chocolate is. Just saying. A banana carrying a chocolate. Banana no, choco, like, you could say banana no or chocolate. You could flip it around like a chocolate holding a banana. For the possession. Anyways, okay. Alright, I'm done.
チョコバナナが欲しいです。
It's fine.
チョコバナナが欲しいです。
が欲しいです。
一緒に食べませんか
Ishoni tabemasenka. Okay. Would you like to eat together? Oh, that's kind of cute. This is such a great... I love this. I love this phrasing. I love this, like, would you like thing. Blushes. Yeah, I like this. This is probably easily one of my favorite phrases. Like, what I mean is my favorite, like, setup. My favorite setup. You have ishoni, right? Ishoni, and then using sen, like ma-sen. Using ma-sen-ka, and then inserting whatever predicate you want. I love this. This is fantastic. Next to, it rivals volitional. Yeah, it definitely rivals. I don't know how to spell volitional anymore. It definitely rivals saying ishoni tabemashou ka, right? Like, I love this structure. It's so good. I think I use this all the time. When I'm out and about, I always ask, would you like to do something? Should we do something? And it's always a very simple, direct, inclusive way of suggesting something so that the person feels like I'm contributing to something, and then at the same time having their consideration in mind. So I really do like this phrasing. It's probably easily top 2 so far that I can express in Japanese. Tabe yo. Oh, tabe yo. Okay, I got it. Nice. Do we get that too in the future? Indy, you can spoil this. Do we get putting yo like that at the end of the phrases? Oh, section 4? Oh, snap. That's probably going to be easily going to be number 3, if not top 10. To put yo at the end of things, at the end of predicates, to accept, like to be excitedly accepting and stuff, like, or pleasantly accepting, or directly accepting. To as a response to this question, of course. What do we have? Ramen o tabemasen ka? Yeah.
ラーメン
This
チョコバナナを食べませんかチョコバナナ
chocobanana.
チョコバナナ
You know, this sounds just as funny as fried potato. Fried potato. Choco banana. Choco banana versus fried potato. Ugh, sorry, I'm having a little too much fun here. Okashi no ringo o kudasai. Oh, hey. Wait. Candy apple? Is that like a candy apple? What happens when you put snack next to apple? An apple snack? One apple snack? Please? Is that like candy apple for like a different way of saying it? I see the snack and then the no ringo o kudasai, but can that be interpreted as candy apple? Or oh, it's candy or snack. Right. So if you... Oh, it's candy or snack. Oh, okay. Unless you know better words for candy. Ah, candy apple. Nice. Okay, so one candy, or you could have went hard and said hitotsu. Hitatsu, sorry. No, hitotsu. Yeah, hitotsu kudasai. You could have thrown in like, or futatsu. Futatsu, like how many candy apples. You could have thrown that in too, because we can I can say that in Duolingo as well. One candy apple, please. I'm sure they're gonna throw this in. I'm sure they're gonna introduce the number of things soon in the ordering. Whenever they do ordering and they're building on ordering, they're gonna introduce the number counter, the generalized counter, for stuff. So it's probably coming up soon. Maybe in the next group of lessons or two.
チョコバナナを食べませんか？
Wait.
食べませんか？チョコバナナを食べませんか？
Aww. Sorry.
チョコバナナを食べませんか？
I think it's really cute when people ask other people if they would like something. I don't know. I honestly, it's been a long time. When you're on the internet for so long, it's not often where people would ask if they like something or would they like something or should we do something. It's often I like this, so should you, or you like this, but that's wrong. That kind of thing, like where it's often things like you're doing the wrong thing, you should be doing the right thing, and this is the right thing, as opposed to like an endearment like this. Hey, would you like a chocolate covered banana? You know, you rarely do people start with questions in the way that it considers the other person. It's often a projection of one's own personality, a state of mind first, and then they're like, oh, I care about you. It's like, well, you started with saying you don't care about me, right? Like you start first, the first thing you do is you trash talk Duolingo and then expect me to listen.
8月にコンサートがあります。
8月にコンサートがあります。Yeah, 8月. August. We don't have to look at that. Also, Falstaff. There's a concert in August. See, this is where I get reminded about how weird English is. I know this is the way you say it, but these are the moments where I feel English, I get reminded like, English and prepositions, dude. There's a concert in August. I'm like, At August? On August? During August? I watched a Japanese streamer learning English and they had a problem with this also. I never thought twice about this before that. Yeah. Well, right when I said it, it's like, there's a concert. I'm missing a word. In August? I'm like, oh, it's and Paul, the person that speaks French, they said things like English, like focus about Duolingo. So when they said focus about Duolingo instead of focus on Duolingo, I'm like, you know, I can get behind focus about Duolingo. It's like, if you're focusing on Duolingo, I'm like, is it really on Duolingo? Dude, prepositions, it really gets you to think when someone, either you see it again or you think about how other people are using prepositions. I'm like, yeah.
8月に花火大会があります。
8月に花火大会があります。花火大会があります。Okay. Okay. Aww. Sorry, I'm just thinking of these characters. He could not understand why it was in August though. Yeah, I understand. Wait, did the person also had problems with August itself? I don't know. I don't know how people feel about Julius, July and August outside of English, you know what I mean? Like these 2 months, like meh, very meh. Or was it even more meh when they found out that the period of time in August? Yeah, okay, the period of time in August. I see. Oh, yeah, in a month's period. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. 一緒に行きませんか? That's cute. Falstaff and Lily. Two of easily. If these two characters, oof, mood alert. These two characters are mood alert. Very moody.
食べ物
Tabemono, sure.
食べ物
Omatsuri wa tanoshii desu ne. Oh, these are comfortable words, man. Tanoshi and omatsuri and desu ne, all these are so comfortable. So you don't even have I don't even have to think about it anymore for these ones.
お祭りは楽しいでね
There are I have biases. I definitely have biases. There are vocabulary words that come out automatically, and then there are vocabulary words that I would sit on for a really long time. Of course, to be honest, I didn't question anything I learned while I was in school. I just learned it as the teacher said and made the grades. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Indeed. We had no point of reference, right? Indeed. You know what I mean? Right? As a kid, we have no point of reference. So you have to accept and then build upon that. And that's kind of like how it feels to technically try to learn a second language. Sometimes you just gotta accept and then build upon that. Let your adult mind take a break. Just take a break. Take a break from your adult mind. Take in, what does this sound like? It's kind of like total immersion, but in classroom you might be thinking, well, kids don't have total immersion in classrooms. Well, technically it is, because they have no point of reference. So, take a little break. Just take it in. At least that's how I'm understanding Duolingo's design structure a little bit. Like, I'm learning a lot more by taking it in instead of constantly interfering and asking, like, oh yeah, but I wanted to do it this way. Duolingo doesn't do it this way. I'm like, okay, well, might as well embrace it and then find out later. Or I'm finding out other things at the same time. But while I'm using Duolingo, I'm thinking like Duolingo. I'm becoming Duolingo fluent. When Duolingo is off my computer screen, I'm thinking like something else. I'm not thinking like Duolingo. Right? Right. Oh, from the previous unit. From what time? Oh man. By the way, Indy, holy heck. The day before you were talking about, am I trying to say hun? Or am I trying to say hun? Right? Am I doing that intentionally? Yesterday, you weren't here, but the whole unit was nan, jikan, and han the whole time. It was, my throat was like drying up from like pausing on all the han, kan, and nan all over the place. It just kept doing it. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Indy's not here, but I'm gonna bop him one for making me insecure and subconscious about saying nan instead of none. Right? Like what? Nanjikan, right? Nanjikan han. Nanjikan han instead of nanjikan han. Heckin'. It was all over the place, and this reminds me of that. This was all like most of yesterday. It felt like yesterday and the day before. Constantly, not even. This is just nanji. This is nanji. They kept using nanjikan, and then yojikan han. Oof. Sorry, I had to give you a piece of my mind. You watched a YouTube video that said question, why would Japanese people say this instead of what does this mean? Okay. Yeah. Exactly. For sure. I think regardless of the method you use, if you remain inquisitive like that and do not close yourself off, right? Close yourself off to one size fits all. I rarely ever doubt that anyone would be worried about someone else, right? Like if you're not narrow-minded enough to prescribe to one thing, I actually think we should talk. We should exchange ideas, because oftentimes when I stop, I don't think of Duolingo in Duolingo sense. Once it comes up, I bring Duolingo to other things and then learn other things and contrast and compare to Duolingo. When I start Duolingo, I bring all the other stuff into Duolingo. So there's often an embracing. I'm embracing the connection between Duolingo and other things, not being detracting from it. As in, oh, I must forget what Duolingo is teaching me here because they're teaching it differently here, right? So now I'm using terminology that separates Duolingo from whatever X, Y, and Z's favorite tool is, whatever they favor the most, because I don't want to step on their toes. So whatever it is, I don't understand the Anki version or the Memrise, Babbel, Rosetta Stone version, or whatever your favorite thing is. Your native Japanese friend's perspective and stuff. This is Duolingo fluency. So that's the world I live in when I'm trying to understand how Duolingo presents information. When I stop streaming Duolingo, I try to use a different perspective. Yep. What time is the festival? お祭りは何時からですか？
お祭りは何時からですか？
Yep. Okay. All right. I'm really behind, but that's okay. Oh, a dance. Wait, why did they go from... Why didn't they nominalize dance? Oh, I'm disappointed.
ダンス
They went with dansu. The last unit introduced odarimasu. Yeah. Odaru? Yes. That's the only way to say it? Are you serious? You couldn't nominalize Odaru? Wait. Did I don't know if I remembered the actual... Odoru. Odoru. Sorry, Odoru. Was it Odoru? Can you give me the kana of that? I didn't get the kanji for dance. I only got the kana. Is it Odoru or something? Yeah, Odoru. Yeah. So they didn't... You can't nominalize Odoru. And they just use dansu. I was kind of thinking maybe like Odoro ku or Odoro ki, Odo. You usually do normalize it? Okay. Normalize it? Yeah. So, but in this case, no. You don't normalize dance, huh? Dansu.
ダンス
Man.
ダンスのコンテスト
Dansu no contesto. Contest. Okay. A dance contest. Contesto. Sure.
明日 大学でダンスのコンテストがあります。
Yeah. There's a, what are we saying? コンテストは何時からですか? Fair enough. Ask. From what time?
どんなコンテストですか？
どんなコンテストですか? What kind of contest is it? 踊るのは Have you done that already? No, I have not done 踊るのは No. No 踊る and then adding のは to something yet. To the phrase. To any of the predicates. Not yet. That's probably why I don't do it here. Oh, that's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I wonder how they start doing that. What do they choose to start doing that?
コミュニティセンタ
Community center. It's not even highlighted as a new word. I think Duolingo just gave up. Like Duolingo is like, nah, this isn't two new words. That's just it. Like it's not a new word, guys. Community center is not a new word. It's just like, hey, whatever. Like that's fine. Like it's not a new word because it sounds exactly like community center. With the exception of ta here. And yeah, it is with the exception of ta at the end. Community center. The only thing that's lacking is the end. It's softer, right? But that's hilarious. I think they just gave up. They're like, yeah, you know, it's fine.
週末、コミュニティセンターでパフォーマンスがあります。
Oh, okay. Performance は何時からですか? Okay. Fair enough. What time is the
今週
performance?
末、コミュニティセンターでイベントがあります。
From what time the performance is the performance? 今週末、今週末、コ
ミュニティセンターでイベントがあります。
Okay, I just wanted to hear the 今週末。今週末、コミュニティセンター。センターと、wait, community center, they, wait, they, wait, what?
今週末、コミュニティセンターでイベントがあります。
they evento. Oh yeah, man,
イベント。
that's hard to read when it cuts off. They eventoがあります。Okay. There's an event at the community center this weekend.
近くの公園に行きましょう。
Shikaku, wait. Why is this highlighted? Oh, Shikaku no.
近くの
Okay, that's fair. That is new. They didn't highlight community center, but they did highlight a different use of shikaku. Chikaku. 近くの公園に行きましょう。Okay. We should go to the nearby park. Okay. 近くの公園 No? No 公園 Oh, 公園。
公園、
公園で彼氏、彼氏に会います。Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. She's going to meet with her boyfriend at the park. The nearby park. The park. Yeah, the nearby park.
近くの町でイベントがあります。
四角の町 Ooh, 町で That is a throwback. 町でイベントがあります Okay. There is an event in the nearby town. Oh, you know what? There's a deep cut here. Wait. Sorry. That's not right. There is an event. Wait. Hold up. Whoa. Oh. Oh, and this should be at the nearby town. Yeah, I'm like, what is going... I did put is twice though. But hold up. I also have another deep cut here. There's another colloquial here. Sometimes we love ending with prepositions so much that when you hear people talk, they would say it this way. There's a event in the town nearby. Think about how normal that sounds. There's an event in the town nearby. Because this is not just a preposition, right? It's an adjective. But oftentimes you would take the adjective and you... Well, it's more like an adverb, I would say, because it exists nearby. Not the town itself, if you know what I mean. It's like a little confusing. So I'm not... That sounds better if you also fix a sentence too. There's an event at the town nearby. Yeah, there's an event. Yes. There's an event at the town nearby. Yes, exactly. So in is at. We need an at here, right? Yeah, this is at and then town nearby. Yeah, because it's expressing location, right? It's expressing location. Oh, and day, yeah, true. And then day means at a location. Yeah, at the destination. Exactly. So, to me, okay, hear me out though. To me, this would be more of a formal English line. Like formal English. Formal English, I would say less disagreements with the way this is. Like, but generally, like this is optional. I guess add an in, sure, right? But ending this is what I hear most of the time. However, it would be the nearby town. But nevertheless, funny things you hear as opposed to seeing it for the first time. There's an event at the nearby town as opposed to there's an event at the town nearby. Wait. So, 近くのコミュニティセンターに行きます。
行きます。
Sure.
駅で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。
Taiko. Eki de Taiko.
太鼓
Oh, right. Taiko. Of course. I forgot. Taiko. Why? Why didn't I just connect that immediately? Taiko no performance ga arimasu. Okay. Okay. There's a taiko drum performance at the train station. Is that normal? At the train station? Is that a cultural thing that I don't understand? Do they usually have taiko drum performances at a train station? I guess it's more like street performers, right? But I thought street performers, it's kind of a little bit more restrictive, right? When it comes to street performing. I don't know. This is a cultural dissonance, right? Obviously, I came from cities where street performers are pretty liberal when it comes to train stations. That's coming from something like NYC, like New York City. Street performances especially at train stations or where there's high volume traffic, like commutes, right? But I don't know about Japanese or Japan. I don't know about that. But since they're using taiko, you're like, okay, sure.
大学で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。
You have to tell me about it, Indy, when you visit Japan.
大学で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。
Okay.
大学で大学で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。太鼓パフォーマンスがありますの
大学で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。パフォーマンスがあります。Hey Sub-Zero. Hello. How are you? Man, you really sleep in weird times. Sub-Zero. You gotta tell me if you're sleeping okay, you know? Like nosebleed hours. Oh, okay, you're good? Alright, I'm pretty good too. I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking. You got any Mandarin done? I'm holding you accountable. Give me a word. Give me a word that you liked or left an impression on you recently. Oh, it's so back and forth lately? Okay, fair enough. Meeting.
ミーティングカラオケ
Concert.
コンテスト
Oh no, contest. Oh my god. Okay. Contest. バレ。食べ物。
食べ物
Haven't done any Mandarin? Don't judge. Oh, okay. You've been a few days. Had my interview today. Oh, how did that go? Wow, you sold your motorcycle? Those are so unrelated, but it's so funny. Oh, so why'd you may I ask, have you always planned on selling your motorcycle? Are you getting a minivan, Sub-Zero? Are you becoming a dad? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But every time I hear like sold my motorcycle, I immediately think like, are you getting a minivan? Are you starting a family? Sub-Zero? You gotta, you gotta sell your motorcycle if you're gonna start a family. I'm just kidding. That's a stereotype, but honestly, I would totally. You have my props if you sold a motorcycle for a minivan because you're gonna become a papa soon. Interview went okay. I didn't get any coding questions, luckily. Sub-Zero. I know this is after the fact, but come on. Isn't it great if you were not worrying about things that may or may not happen? That's how it works, man. I'm glad it turned out that you didn't get any coding questions. But honestly, if you're gonna, have to do it anyways, there's no reason to worry about it. I'm glad it went okay. It didn't went great. You didn't use the word great, but it went okay. That's pretty good. No coding questions, luckily. Life throws curveballs, man. No sense in worrying about things that may or may not happen. I mean, I feel relieved, but can't help but wonder, why didn't he test me though? Oh yeah, no sense in worrying about it, in my opinion. Okay, let me spin your paranoia. Let me offer a spinning paranoia thing. What if that person was absolutely confident through the questions you've already answered? They're so confident that they don't need to test you on coding because they know that you're competent enough. You are just as likely to be able to think in a manner that favors you more than a manner that doesn't. That's what you've been trying to tell yourself? Okay, all right, then yeah. You're already fine. Sometimes it's great to have both, right? Oh yeah, a person could just as easily suggest that I'm not competent enough, much likely just as easy as being competent, right? Right. So there are. I hope you keep telling yourself that. You probably did a great job, If you didn't, there's always next time with someone else, right? Life is too precious and valuable to linger on what ifs. What ifs or things outside your control. There's a taiko drum event at a nearby school. Okay.
近く、
近く、学校。
学
Oh,
校、
学校。Whoops. 学校で、
で、
太鼓。
太鼓、
太鼓。Why do you say it so long? 太鼓
の
のイベント
イベントが
が
あ
あり
りま
ます。Wait.
の
Yes. 近くの学校で太鼓のイベントがあります。Okay. Okay. Alright. There's a taiko performance. Okay, we're just swapping gakko for daigaku. Sorry, daikaku. Daigaku. Daigaku. So,
大学で太鼓のパフォーマンスがあります。
and yeah, I sold my bike because ever since I moved to another city, I haven't been able to ride. I see. I live pretty high up north now. And it being Norway, the weather isn't pretty... Oh, okay. Yeah, isn't pretty good. Basically been paying for insurance in a parking spot for a year now without using it. I can relate. For sure. Yes. That sounds very pragmatic of you. Maybe one day you can become a super rich billionaire. And don't forget that I said this. When you make it big and become like the goated person in the world, you'll be able to move to another place, and then you can buy all the motorcycles you want, and then like have your private track, and then, you know, buy a lot of motorcycles and just, you know, try them out on your own personal track. That's the dream. Yeah, that's the dream. Maybe not that crazy hyperbolic, but there's got, you know, if you're very proactive, I like to believe that one day you'll have something like that, where you can move to a place where you can get a motorcycle, like another motorcycle, and try sometime. But for now, it looks like your priorities are pretty clear. And I would say pragmatically, that sounds very reasonable. If it's just sitting there and doing nothing, right? That's like making money not work for you. It's like the anti-investment strategy in your future. Legitimately leave invested invested assets lying there dormant to depreciate over time. I definitely, very commendable. Respect.
10月
10月. So which one's 10月? October. Yeah, 10月.
8
8
月
月.
食べ物
3000.
3000
日曜日。10月. Yeah, you've been basically throwing money away. Yeah. As long as you're comfortable with that and you can laugh about it, I think that's a great place. Exactly how I had the battery die out over time too. Oh, so you have to replace those. Yeah. I'm sad, but at the same time very relieved. Yeah. That's, to me, when someone says that is very very cathartic. When one can be sad but also know that they're gaining something, right? As opposed to I've met a lot of people who say like, oh yeah, I can't part ways with this. It's like, but it's hurting you, or you're telling me it's hurting you. Like, no, but you know, it's like worth more than it's hurting me. I'm like, yeah. I hope you know what you're doing. That kind of thing. That's usually when I say, well, I hope it becomes a happy stimulus, right? Because oftentimes it's very hard to part. Addiction is very dangerous. Yes. Addiction is incredibly very dangerous, even when hoarding and being attached to something. Dependency, however artificial it may be, you have to realize that when you can do something and it's something for you too, that's when I know I'm talking to a healthy person, really. So it's both bittersweet. Yep, definitely. My father warned me about it, but I'll never admit he was right though. Okay. Oh, did you get the bike? Did you get the motorcycle despite your father's warning? Like your father's like, dude, like you're as you grow older, you're not gonna get an opportunity to use the motorcycle. Sometimes that's how life. Yeah, he told me I never get able to use it. Yeah. What did I buy? I want to share something about myself too. I know I've done something for myself before. My parents are insistent about this too. Sometimes they would buy me something and I'm like, it's just gonna sit at the... Okay, I have the opposite. I know this sounds weird. I'm not trying to make it sound like this is... I get where my parents are coming from. I was moving to the city right? I'm moving to the city, and I told my parents, like, there's free transit, free mass transit. You can get on. You can get on at any time. It takes you everywhere in the city, and I live right across from the university, right? Everything is mass transit. Like having a car means that it sits in the street parking, could get dinged up, and I have to pay insurance on it, and probably get insurance hikes on based on where I am. So, but my parents insisted, and they even bought a car, right? They're like, well, we'll just take it because you have to drive home. Like, you have to come home for the holidays, and I'm in driving distance of this very house. So I'm like, okay, all right. So sure enough, insurance payments. The first time my car got dinged, not once, but twice. And get this, one of the times it got dinged up was because someone backed up, a truck backed up with their hitch and ran it into the front of the grill of the car that was newly purchased. Okay? And I'll top it. It was on my birthday. To this day, I'm still okay with it. I'm still okay with it though. I can't make this stuff up. Like, here, the context is I was gonna get in my car. I used to disc golf. I still disc golf. So, and my best friends, some of my best friends, they remember that day, right? I had to get into my car. So by the time I get there, it was my birthday because they wanted to go disc golfing. And I was going to meet them there because it's my birthday, right? They wanted to hang out and do something. So I walked over to my car where it's parked in the street. Saw that a hitch jam, like, pretty much left a divot in there. And then that person drove off. No notice, no nothing, right? So there's a big missing piece in the front of my car. I'm like, okay, well, can't do anything about it. I'll take a picture. We'll deal with it later. So now I drove over there, and the first thing I have to tell them is like, well, someone backed their truck hitch right into the car that I've owned for less than 3 months on my birthday. And then we proceeded to play disc golf, and the rest is history. Might as well change your birthday at that point. Yeah, it's kind of related. I get why my parents insist on getting a car because I can drive home. But overall, in the 9 years that I lived in the city, roughly 9 years that I lived in the city, I didn't even drive my car. Actually, at some point, it's a complicated story, but overall, I didn't even do groceries. The groceries are scheduled and they're delivered to my house because I was addicted to working. So even then, I didn't even use my car for groceries. The groceries are scheduled and they arrive at my apartment building. So even then, I have no possibility of using my car other than the 1 to 3 times a year that I drive my car back to this very place. So yeah, it was the opposite effect, but at the same time, like, obviously I'm not gonna admit I told them so. I kind of like the idea of having a car, but it's always been there as an insurance, not really. Both puns. It's kind of a sinking deposit of money for the insurance, but I don't even use it. The last 5 years, my father and mother drives my vehicle. Actually, just my father uses my vehicle far more than I have. Actually, at least 10 times more, because it's like 1 or 2 trips. I usually drive down to the anime convention that I volunteer in, and then that's about it. That's the extent of my yearly travels. Occasionally, I would drive out to help some other people from time to time, and it gets to use my car. And my father drives it to make sure the battery is not dead and that the car is still operational. And he drives it to service it and whatnot, because we need inspections. Cars need to pass inspections every year in where I live. So he drives the car more than I do. Yeah, vehicles are just a liability. Yeah, it would be kind of nice if there was a way where you can get around without manually being like having to negotiate cars and vehicles. I'm not the biggest fan on driving. So if I had to drive, I'm maximizing driving. If someone says, oh, they're going to drive something, it's like, why not? Why not? Like, I will go with you. It's like, well, you know, I don't want to go. Okay, then we'll take my car. So that's kind of how it usually ends up. Like when someone says, oh, I need to go somewhere, but I don't really want to drive and stuff, it's like, let's go together. Much like this episode, this unit. Let's go together, right? And we can work it out together, keep each other alive, you know, keep each other alive. But when I drive, I maximize. It's to the point where if I had roommates, right? If I had to drive to the grocery store, I will ask if my roommates need groceries. Because I firmly believe that if you can limit the amount of driving a collective needs to do, there's so many things that deal with that. We're not going to talk about anything. You can probably come up with at least 3 or 4 reasons why, if I'm going to drive to the grocery store and there are 3 other people that need to do the same, I will volunteer to do it regardless if they are going to do it for me next time or something. It's 3 less drives, 3 less commutes, right? In a car. We don't have to go over the statistics of, at least in the United States, and I can't even imagine in other countries with possibly debatably lower developed traffic control. But for me, one of the biggest gifts I can use for my time for people I know is to offer to run an errand in a car if it saves them the trip. Because even though I live in a place now that vehicular statistics are okay, like relatively okay, you can definitely do wonders by limiting not only your own commutes and the people you love's commutes. Everyone else collectively also benefit from that, and vice versa. So I often think of driving as something, a privilege that I have, but also want to limit. Because I don't want the idea that driving sucks. What I mean by driving sucks is it's it's scary. Not scary in the sense that it'll prevent me from driving anywhere without a second's notice. It's scary to conceptually think the statistics behind how likely that might be the last thing you do, you know, in a very as humbly real example as possible. And motorcycles, I don't know. I don't know. So serious. I do like the idea of motorcycles. I've been on like a dual wheel kind of device, and I don't trust myself on a motorcycle. I'm just gonna be real. I'm glad you had some time with motorcycles. The cars and moving vehicles, yeah, can be a little tough. I feel more scared driving a car than a motorcycle, oddly enough. Interesting. I feel so big in a car where it's also easier to hit. And of course, you can also impact other people more, right? If you like ran a car into someone else, you can do more damage than riding a motorcycle into someone. But at the same time, your life is valuable as well. So I love to live somewhere where reliable public transit, so I don't have to walk everywhere. Yeah. In the 9 years that I was living in the city, it's something else. It's definitely such a different feeling. Although the hustle bustle of city has other trade-offs and whatnot, right? But it's so interesting. You get out, you walk out, 2 cities blocked that way is everything. Yeah, I used to live pretty close to I live like right one street block away from any form of public transit that legitimately connects to everything else. And public transit was free. Yeah, it was within the city limits. So all the public transit was free. Only thing scary about bikes, in your opinion, is the randomness that can happen that's out of your control. Sub-Zero, don't say that to me. A little dog ran out in the road one time, and it's like this little chihuahua. Oh no, could have taken you out. Yeah. I've got clipped. I've seen someone get clipped, and I've gotten clipped by a motorized scooter before. I don't know if this is something in Norway. In the United States, they implemented these like charge scooters where you like pay, and you pay with an app, and then you get on the motorized scooter, then you can park it anywhere, and then the app will take care of its location and then your cost. They became pretty popular at around where I was almost done with my university time. And dude, man, I don't know how I feel about that. You know, motorized scooters everywhere on the, and they would take like a turn really fast, and I would be like someone who's, you know, if you're walking out, right, and you're about to make a left turn and it's obstructed, then there's another guy in a motorized scooter taking the same turn facing you, and they take like that turn really close. Like, dude, yo that has happened a couple of times. And my thought was, man, if that scooter was already moving 20 miles per hour, getting hit by an object like that in 20 miles, that was an English unit, but you can imagine getting hit around the motorized scooter speed when someone's taking a turn really, really quickly, that hurts. Like, I could have broken a leg or something. Like, it wouldn't be like light. It's not like running into a bicycle. Like a bicycle, I would still take a hit from a bicycle than a motorized scooter. Lots of human dependent things. To this day though, I have all my bones. They have not been broken once. So there you have it. Life is interesting. Right? Okay. I'm not discouraging other people who find it passionate. I watch X Games. I watch Red Bull clips. You know, the Red Bull obstacle clips. Those people are doing something that is almost psychologically unfathomable to me. So kudos to them. Like they're a different breed, in my opinion. Humans that run towards extreme, they're a different breed. I am no more appreciative for the entertainment and the passion they have, like doing X Games and tricks and stuff. At the same time, that is not my scene. I did do certain things though, like mud running. Like mud running, sometimes you're up like, I don't know what 6 feet is, sorry, but 6 feet to like 12 feet, right? And you're on this like flimsy wooden wall. So I have thought about those times. I'm like, well, what happens? What would happen if I like fail really poorly and like miss something? That kind of thing has come across my mind. So it's not like I haven't done anything that was remotely risky in my time. Do you believe that if there were no cars and only motorcycles and bikes on the road, would the world be safer? Oh, that's such a fun thought experiment. I don't know. Here's what I would ask about that. I know this is not going to answer your question, Indy, because I don't know enough about traffic control and statistics and stuff. But here's the thing. Let's frame this in the human condition. Let's frame this in the human condition. And this is something I've been asked before. And I'll frame it in something that makes me wonder a lot. So you know how science and medicine, right? The disciplines. When you ask yourself the question of the human condition, like would something be safer or something, or would it be normalized or something? Well, a lot of times human condition, they push to a limit when the risk is too high. So we understand the condition, the human condition. Humans push to a limit naturally, regardless of the environment, independently. They tend to push to the limit to where when the risk is too high for the reward, they stop, right? So in science and medicine, oftentimes you ask yourself, well, what happens if we cure cancer? Or say we solved lung cancer, or like we cured lung cancer. Would people be safer if you know something exists to make it safer, right? Do you think smoking would go up? Do you think ultimately people would have a decrease in death from lung cancer? Or maybe like something related? Right? This is the rhetoric. This is philosophy, I guess. We're bordering on philosophy now. Where you ask yourself, when some things are made safer, right? If some things are made safer by removal of its deleterious effects, does it ultimately drive the overall safety down? Well, one may argue that the human condition will constantly still push towards risk until the reward is not good enough, right? The reward does not offset the risk. So if you remove cars and add motorcycles and bikes on the road, would you think that because it's safer, they will push even further, and then it would be no significant change? Right? And that's kind of the questions that are often asked. In the sense of human condition, oftentimes when we try to project something like statistically, you take a stat and you project it statistically, it's often assuming that the human condition doesn't normalize things. So, for example, what if everyone just spoke English? Like, what if everyone just spoke the same language? Would that happen? If you think about it, right? Do you think if everyone suddenly was enforced to speak English, would there still not be different languages? Well, in terms of the human condition, if you understand a little bit of the human condition, sometimes culture would die. Culture would die. Okay. Sorry, Indy. I think it's that is one way. That is one possibility. I would say different languages will still continue to exist. Different languages will continue to exist. So if you think what I mean. So they'll take the parental language, and in the human conditions are based on resonance, right? A lot of times to resonate, you have to belong to a group. So yes, if the language is successful at unifying everyone because they speak all the languages, would it guarantee that the culture, everyone will embrace the same culture from that language over time, right? Does it? The strength of the human condition is that at some point humans are inquisitive, right? They are inquisitive by nature. When trends become too strong, they break trends, right? So what happens is if everyone is enforced to learn the same language, even the same language can be splintered into different languages, right? That's the natural state of humans. Being human creates this dynamic state, at least for now. Otherwise, humans will get wiped out by one particular predator that's designed to attack humans, right? So a lot of times when we think about things about homogenizing and like homoculturing, or maybe even stuff like genetics, let's not talk about like controversial topics, oftentimes the fitness of the human race, the human condition, tends to perpetuate specific conditions. And risk-taking is one of them. So we would have to address, does risk-taking fundamentally change if we remove cars and add motorcycles and bikes on the road? Well, I think the risk-taking will still continue. Only now you might get to travel faster. If you know what I mean. Maybe carbon consumption goes down, but I honestly think then there'll be faster bikes, there'll be faster transportations, and there'll be looser transportations. And getting there faster means higher risk. So the risk and cost benefits will still kind of shift, right? So people will want more. Humans are dynamic in that way, in my opinion. So when something is too easy, you make it harder for yourself. You go to the next level. You don't stay on the same level if you're seeking to improve yourself, right? So it's kind of like that. Like, well, there are no more cars, so that means we can increase the speed limit, right? You know what I mean? Like, we can get there. We can get to places faster. And then what? And then, for example, things like this. If there are 2 lanes, but now there aren't any cars. Now these are 4 lanes. Let's swap it up. Let's jam 4 times the volume of motorcycles into the same space we have. Is that safer than having a car that occupies 2 spaces? Well, now you have 4 times. You have 4 times the volume. So you have 4 times the cyclists. Human error from the rider is typically the biggest cause for, so removing the cars wouldn't do it. So it's the human condition, right? We're focusing on the human component, unfortunately. And I'm gonna say it's no worse and no better. It's kind of, the human condition tends to normalize this stuff. So eventually they'll be like, hey, it's enough. Only 3 times the number of motorcycles. We gotta redo all our traffic systems and regulate how many objects can occupy a same space, right? So that's kind of like the fun normalizing activity that I use all the time. And science fiction, just as a nod to all the science fiction writers out there, I absolutely love a good science fiction. And the element that I absolutely love about great science fiction writing is how to incorporate the human condition into their world. So what I mean by that is, it's only believable, in my opinion, when they account for how humans will interact with an anachronism. So, or an anachronism, or like a invention or something. So I love science fictions where, like, say, what if, like, for example, the show Alter Carbon. What happens if human consciousness lives on forever because of an alien tech? So what happened is, in this alternate world, the human image gets stacked onto a thing that's implanted by bodies, and effectively the ones that can do it continue to live by discarding the body and continuing to update the stack, the thing that houses their consciousness. The whole idea of the show is to show that if this is true, the rich keeps getting richer. The rich are the only privileged people in the world. Like, that's a consequence of the human condition, right? And then those who get to live on forever are chosen by the privilege, right? You know, there's no turnover in people. The structure continues to like, there are a lot of interesting questions to ask. And if it's framed in human condition, science fiction becomes so compelling. And that's one of those questions that I love science fiction about. When you ask, well, what if? What if? And a great show that does this one episode at a time is Black Mirror. Although they kind of use it more of a scary, this is more of a fear-oriented, like dystopian take. But Black Mirror is a great show that I recommend people who like to ask these things. A great example of individuals who really frame inventions and radical changes to human society while taking into account as many things that interact with the human condition as possible. A great science fiction. Star Trek is usually my go-to. Star Trek writers are fantastic. But hey, that's my personal preference. But yeah, really great question, actually. I'm so totally not studying Japanese. Anyways, yeah, Black Mirror is fantastic. I definitely wouldn't feel safe riding in Asian countries where the main source of transportation is scooters. Yeah, I think it's pretty chaotic in India, if I'm not mistaken. As far as the impressions I get from like tourist people, right? Like the people who are the documentary people who visit other ones, like basically that. It's basically that. I have watched the Netflix series Dark. Yes. I love it. It's also the last thing I watched that was in German. So I got exposed to German quite a lot thanks to Dark. I think great compelling writing and medium can be also just as accessible for inspiring people to want to learn another language, much like Duolingo. So from an entertainment perspective, I think Dark did wonders to expose people to the German language, actually. Yeah, it's a really wonderful example. And lots of Korean ones too, right? Lots of Korean shows, right? Not just in the like the anime space for Japanese, right? So yeah, Dark is a great one. 3% is another one. 3%. I talked about this a little bit about multilingual-esque productions, like multicultural productions. 3%. 3% is in, as far as I know, Spanish. I want to use it very loosely. And then Lotus suggested something, but I don't know. I haven't gotten a chance because I just realized I didn't have a subscription offered. But Dami, would I recommend it? It's okay. I think more for the language thing and the perception. I would say if you're okay with Hunger Games, the American production of Hunger Games, if you're okay with the concept of Hunger Games, and you like the topic of population regulation, which, by the way, that narrative has changed about overpop, but population regulation, and then maybe if you like Squid Game to some extent. This is before Squid Game. But if any of these things kind of appeal to you, I think these three might be deal breakers if you don't like these concepts of Squid Game. So if you do enjoy these, 3% is a great, it's definitely gonna have some interest. It's very much presented as the 3%. The idea, the title, you'll know this immediately. The title is about the 3%, as in what amount of people is necessary to make sure the human race continues to thrive. That's usually what this percent means. Let's talk about overpopulation and how you carve it. And the entertainment factor is the Hunger Games, Squid Game kind of element to it. So do or die. Yeah. Yeah, I quite liked it. I loved it. Another one, I know I'm kind of gushing about science fiction, but I love good science fiction. The other one is Sense8, which is also a Netflix series. Sense8. What happens if humans are telepathic? Or not telepathic per se, but emotionally telepathic. And they talked about their setup is that the human early on speciated into telepathic sensates, they're called sensates, versus non-telepathic. And what does that look like? And it has a very compelling thing. I'll probably spoil this. I'm going to spoil this part. What happened was, if these exist, the non-telepathic people, humans, basically hunted the telepathic people to extinction, or near extinction. Yeah. But it's not like X-Men. It's not like mutants. Their argument is that these people can be selfish. And they're not dependent on a brood. So these people are born in clusters. So you have like 8 is one of the things, but they're born in multiple clusters, and these people are attached to each other, regardless of where they are. So what happened is non-telepathic people can act selfishly and be independent, and they can lie. Just so you know, the writers are the people that wrote Matrix. So that's the spin on this, and you get to, while they're pushing to the form of extinction, what was happening is you follow a group of characters, and it's a great way to include 8 multicultural characters. 8 multicultural characters that are connected by emotional telepathy, and how they get together and avoid all the non-telepathic people, which are humans. Homo sapiens are the non-telepathic people. So it's brilliant. I loved it. The show actually got canceled early, and there was an internet uproar, and then Netflix was like, okay, we'll fork over money for a concluding movie. So they managed to like kind of zipped up the show before it ended. Right? It's pretty sweet. I really like that show too. Great science fiction. Very great science fiction. Now we're finally gonna get back to Japanese. Yeah, it's a very sensitive topic, and they took some. Yeah, there was a lot of the reason why I got canceled though is because it was really expensive. Just so you know, Sense8 took 8 different cultures, and they filmed on location 8 different places. So that included, 8 different countries, ranging from, I think it was Korea. So Korea was one of them. Somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere in Great Britain, it was everywhere. So it cost so much. It cost so much. So apparently it was too expensive to keep up. Is it exactly like humans have historically tried to evolve differently, and the normal human has always corrected this? Yes, exactly. Yep. It's the human condition. You preserve and normalize based on the majority. Whoever has the power and the most opportunistic means will naturally correct for it, or try to preserve their dominance. So oftentimes, understanding the human condition, it can really make it realistic to asking what happens hypothetically if something happens, right? Black Mirror kind of pushes that to the limit. So if you ever watched Black Mirror, their episodes push technology to a point where maybe it can't be corrected and it evolves into something else. So Black Mirror constantly challenges the notion that technology could evolve so far that humans drift with it. So there's no like pushback. It actually accentuates the human condition. So what happens when technology removes all inconvenience of life? That's kind of one of the topics that they do. They take technology and pushes it past a limit point where you may make an argument that the humans can't correct or push back and normalize it or like try to contain it. Oftentimes the most realistic outcome is that you introduce something and over time humans will try to regulate it. It doesn't magically happen all at once. It would take another intelligent life form or something to dramatically affect something, and that's usually where dystopian sci-fi comes in, where something dramatically shifts everything, where it doesn't allow humans to regulate it as it's happening. And that's kind of like AI. AI is a great dystopian fallback because AI can accelerate growth. Nuclear holocaust, right? There's Fallout. Fallout would be a great example. Something that dramatically, extinction level events are usually how you would shift human society dramatically. Ice Age, climate change. There's quite a lot of offsets you can write to be like, oh yeah, there's no time for human to adapt. But generally, when you're thinking about like one topic before we go left, about like what happens if everything becomes self-driving is the thing that people are concerned now. Self-driving. What if everything just suddenly becomes self-driving? Well, it can't happen that way. It can't. So is it possible? Because how long does it take to transition from self-driving, to transition from manual driving to self-driving? And what are the resistance? Like, what are the pushbacks and stuff? Well, we're experiencing them now. We're experiencing the pushback. So how long would that take? No idea. But generally speaking, if things happen slowly, usually it doesn't pan out the way in isolation. So those questions are really, really neat to talk about. All right, back to Japanese. All right, I love talking about science fiction. Okay, or used to be science fiction. There are a lot of science fiction things that came true, like social media. Okay. 10月。
10月10月
Okay.
10月
Party. Party.
パーティー、
Alright.
にぎやかなパーティー。
Nikiyaka party. A lively party.
ケンさんのパーティーに行きませんか？
Ken-san no party ni ikimasen ka? Alright, cool, cool. I like it. いいですね。パーティー、man. パーティーは、パーティーはいつですか? Oh, that's cool. Great way to ask when is the party.
10月
Yeah, it's cool because in the lore of Final Fantasy 15 or 14, wait, 19, wait. What are you saying there? 15? It explores this showing humans don't have to work anymore. Okay, yeah. The Silent Sea? I haven't seen the Silent Sea yet. Oh, 14. Oh yeah, 14. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, 14. Yeah. Humans don't have to work anymore. Yeah. Just so you know, I haven't seen the Silent Sea yet, Sub-Zero. I haven't renewed my Netflix yet. in a while. I'll probably have to check that out at some point. In a related note, I don't know if you know this background of Star Trek, but in Star Trek, it's one of the few science fiction where the Earth is viewed as a utopia. Everything worked out on Earth. So I don't know if you guys knew that, but that shifts all the perspective. Now think about it that way, where all the characters you follow in Star Trek are viewing other planets, hypothetical cultural dissonance, right? You're viewing other life forms as a way to exercise the hypotheticalness. What if something changed? So from the perspective, the characters in Star Trek are coming from a utopia. That is why I think Star Trek is pretty amazing. You've never watched Star Trek? Yeah. So it shifts all the perspective. Like if you have the answer, what does it like to look through the lens of every other developing hypothetical like race, basically, right? So it gives you that thought experiment of what happens. And Star Trek, every episode, that's what they do. They explore, or sometimes there are continue episodes, but most of the time they explore all these hypothetical things. Oh, I see. Well, if you ever do, you should watch it. Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind. Long story short, they advanced to a point where technology took over everything that a human would have to do, and humans started to kill each other and commit suicide. Yeah, that's definitely one of those routes. Yep. There is even a lighter example of this in Indie. There's a lighter example. I think it's in a Pixar film. Was it in a Pixar film? It might have been either a Pixar or DreamWorks film, where oh no, it's not actually. It's a dog thing. Like I remember like humans evolved beyond their use, so they're all like fat and dying and like really really lazy, but they never show any of that. They just show that humans are really big and nothing is ever done, and they get their dogs to do everything. I don't remember which backdrop it was. It was a very small scene, like super short scene that was showing like, oh yeah, technology is great and this is what humans are like. And then you frame it in the context of everything else. So like, yeah. You know, it's humans on floating chairs and they're floating around and they get everything else done. Oh no, wait, it's not that. Oh, it is a Pixar film and it's not about dogs. I think it's Wall-E. I think it's Pixar's Wall-E. Wall-E, where they have a flash to the humans, right? Oh, it might not be Wall-E. It's either Wall-E or something else. I think Wall-E might be post-humans, where humans like kind of wreck themselves. But one show, basically the humans, they just didn't care about anything because they lived on this ship that's self-sustaining. It does everything. And then there was a take on it where like, well, humans basically lays around with no pleasure, no life, like everything is just done for them. So, and then the characters that you watch or follow are non-human. I forgot which type, but it might have been from the perspective of a dog or something. Yeah, and those are interesting takes. It was a very lighthearted movie, so it was like a for kids thing. It was a slight jab, but those humans are okay. They're just really big, and they're in floating chairs. At one point, I think one of the parts is the human fell over and they wouldn't know what to do. Like there was like a little fun little clip where like, oh no, and then they fell out of their chair and they have no idea what to do because they had everything done for them. Star Trek visits this a couple of times, by the way. Star Trek visits this idea on a planet that has everything done by technology. So I watch all of Star Trek. They practically, I'm still surprised to this day that they didn't run out of ideas. They've tested all of these things. Like there's an episode, if you think, oh, so what happens if the world was run by money? There is a parallel human world that's run by money, or another world that, oh, we have a speciation event and now everything's run by likes and dislikes. Like a planet that is truly democracy, as in not a democratic republic, you know, where you elect your representatives to make decisions for a larger group. We're talking about a true democratic system, and the episode's about how that plays out, or how it could play out. Not banana republic, but it might as well be bananas republic. Yeah, I just know the creators were staying up late and losing sleep over these ideas. Dude, I know you guys might not be into the whole like dryness of Star Trek, but I became a Star Trek fan way into my life. Like I started watching Star Trek when it was 4 years ago, and I watched all of them. It doesn't the concepts more than make up the thought experiments that they had with that show. Far more makes up for its lack of, you know, excitement and pew 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 pew. It's no Star Wars kind of thing. Yeah, I get it, but it's so good. I humbly always tell people that the ideas I have when I'm thinking about the human condition and stuff, it's borrowed. It's borrowed from all the inspirations from science fictions. You ask yourself these questions because I'm exposed to these ideas. So these aren't my ideas per se. It's a synthesis of all the ideas, much like Japanese learning, right? I'm basically siphoning all your ideas and incorporating it into my own thinking. Anyways, yes, October.
10月
10
月
Oh, today was
Halloween.
so good. Oh, by the way, if I ever play a video game, this happens a lot. Where like the video game day would be like 10 hours long, and 7 hours of it would be me staring, like several people staring at the same video game screen for like 5 hours straight while we talk about everything else not semi related to the video game. You have never given it a chance because I always thought that it's very nostalgia driven and that it wouldn't be as fun for someone like me watching it decades later. But you might change. I might change your mind. You can watch the new ones. I mean, the new ones aren't nostalgia driven. Star Trek Strange New World would be non-nostalgia driven. I watched all of Star Trek, every single one, and including the reboots within the last 4 years. Yeah, so no nostalgia trip at all. No, not even close. No nostalgia trip whatsoever. I actually watched it multiple times, by the way. And just so you know how absurd that is, I don't recommend you doing that because it's like, it's probably the longest series you'll ever watch in your life. Like the longest expanded universe you'll ever watch in your life. You go and do that. There's nothing. One Piece has nothing on how long Star Trek has ran, like the Star Trek universe. It might come close. No, it's not close. It's not even close. Like Star Trek had like 40 years on One Piece. Yeah. Let me hold up. Yeah, I don't know, like, hang on. So Star Trek was back when the episodes are still 40 minutes long, by the way. And it's 7 seasons. Every single every single Star Trek minus one Star Trek series. Maybe 2-ish. And then the new ones. At 7 seasons, 178 episodes. And all of them are 45 minutes long. And I've watched the original generation, the next generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Frontier, back to back, more than twice. More than twice. I actually have it running on the background whenever I have. It's on Paramount Plus. So if you ever find some, not sponsored by the way, if you ever find yourself around a Paramount Plus subscription, maybe a free trial, you can give it a dab. Yeah, the runtime is One Piece can't even touch that. It's not even enough to cover like 2 Star Trek series. How long One Piece has been running. So it's kind of a deep dive, not Star Wars dive. I think Star Wars is the upper limit of maybe 2 Star Trek seasons, including the extended universe, whatever Disney is copying, like coughing up these days with the expanded universe. You might get to like 2 or 3 Star Trek series. If you're wondering how many Star Trek series there are 6 in the original like thing. I'm gonna say 6. There are 4 or 5 movies if you want to start with those, if you want to touch those movies. The new series, there are currently 7 or 8 series running right in the Star Trek reboots. So in the last 5 years, the reboots. And they're related. They're related to the previous Star Treks. Yeah, I know. Much like the way I played Like a Dragon, and much like I'm doing Duolingo right now, I watch all of Star Trek in 1 month. All the original Star Trek. And then the new Star Trek started happening. So here I'm waiting for the new Star Trek series. But it took me I watched it in 1 month. I loved it. I really did love it. The first watch of all of them, back to back to back. You know, it was 1 month. It's so hard to remember everything though. I think I might have a better chance at remembering most of my Japanese than remembering most of Star Trek.
Halloween.
Okay. Halloween something. Oh.
楽しみ
Tanoshimi desu? Halloween ga tanoshimi desu? Yeah. Uketsuke. Iriguchi. Oh, that's entrance. And hirakana. Oh, hirakana.
有名なパレードです。
有名なパレーデです。Parade? Okay. Paredo. Oh, sorry. Paredo.
パレード。
Okay. Fine. I'll take it. It's a famous parade. Yume na paredo. Paredo desu. Okay.
パレード。
ハロウィンのパレードに行きませんか？
Okay. いいですね。パレードはいつ ?Okay. パレードはいつですか？ When is the parade? ハロウィンのパレード パレードに行きませんか？
10月31日に横浜でコンサートがあります。
Ooh. Okay. 10月31、31日に、that's how they introduce he again. 31日、wait, did you say ichi?
31日
Oh, Nietzsche. Sorry, Nietzsche. Ooh, hey, here's the thing.
31日
Yeah, here it is. Somebody already mentioned this. Nietzsche. At least 3 other people already mentioned Nietzsche for this kanji to be pronounced. Yeah. So, 10月31日に横浜でコンサートがあります。Okay. So, 日
31日
Wait, you thought it was ikai? Wait. Where's the ikai? Oh, you mean... Oh. You mean this? Wait, why do you think it's ikai? Oh, ika. Sorry. Why you think it's ika? Wait, is that something else? Ika. What could that be? Ika. Explain to me. I don't know if I'm supposed to know this. It's how you say one day. Oh, Ika. Oh. Spoilers. That's all I have to say about that. Spoilers. There's a concert. I thought counting days was based on the number before the day. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sanju Ika. Ah, yeah. I understand what you mean. Interesting. Well, whenever it shows up, I'll remember. There is a concert on October... Wait, on the October 31st? Wait, hold. Wait, in Yokohama? Okay, there's a concert in Yokohama on October 31st. Oh no. Oh no. I guess there's no no there, so I guess that's fine. Okay, I mean, I'm more inclined to say on the 31st of October, right? So there's a concert in Yokohama on the 31st of October. But alright. I mean, this means the same thing. I mean, I've heard this. Like, there's a concert in Yokohama on October 31st. Fair enough. And then we can move the date anywhere. Hirajuku. They're bringing back Hirajuku. Okay. On the 31st. Just 31st. I'm pretty sure the whole rest of the world would agree, but that's how I've heard Americans say it. Yeah. Well, you know what we have to say. I don't know what we have to say. I actually have no rebuttal to that. That. Sorry. Like all I can say right now is like, sorry, you have to learn this. I suppose. I don't know if the Japanese. We could ask Hank if the Japanese English version, they translated the English to be 31st of October. Hirajuku. Wait. So what are we doing?
31日
Sanju Ichinichi. Ichinichi. Oh, you know, I love this. Oh, this is great. Oh, I love the Japanese. Because you know you're not referring to the 31st of question mark. If you know what I mean. Like, because English need units. It defined it, right? And we drop units a lot. Or at least in the United States. Like, Americans drop units all the time. And they use numbers and infer what they're referring to. Inferring the units. We talked about this, the whole counter thing. Technically, it's there. Most of the time, it's dropped because it's so commonly used that when you say it's the 31st, you're referring to a day, right? It's the 31st day. The unit is day here. In Japanese, you have to do this. At least, I think. I don't think a Japanese person would randomly drop the day, the counter, and just say 31. If you know what I mean. We talked about like whole people, integers, and all that stuff. I like this. This is cool. So you know if you're talking about a day, the 31st day, right? Regardless of what the month is. I would prefer to have it have a month, but you know.
2
So 31日に原宿 maybe
原宿
原宿
で
で okay
原宿
we'll
で
do it this way
原宿
I like it this way 原宿で
パレード
パレード
が
が
ありま
あります Duolingo don't you dare don't you dare okay oh wait I think I know the difference when you're talking about a calendar day it says like that yeah that's what I figured yeah but if you're talking about a certain number of days it says like yeah it is spoilery but Duolingo when they introduced time right when they introduced time they talked about time itself like format time before they talk about amount of time. So my guess was that the thing you're talking about is the amount of time as in a certain number of days and then you use that counter and this is the date format. It's the talking about the date itself, the format number of it. So they do this too, like 3:30, right? We talked about this 3:30. Even though they introduce hun, the format is this way. But when you're talking about like minutes, hours, the format ends up changing and then you need a new counter. Right? And that's the day that I was saying that drive me insane about all the jikan here, jikan that. hun jikan this, hun jikan, you know, hun this, hun that. Everyone gets a hun. Or a pun here, hun there. And then they also, you know, separated what you call it, goro, right? Goro and gurai, right? Goro and gurai for the different counters, right? They had two separate counters for those two. So I imagine whatever you're gonna say, it's gonna come up soon. Maybe in the next unit. Probably not this unit. They don't usually introduce two separate concepts at the same time. Not that hard. They're not that hardcore. Duo is much slower than that. Yeah, totally agree. It's a spoilery, but it's expected spoiler. So it's kind of like telling me that, oh yeah, did you know the next Star Wars, like the next mainline canon Star Wars features lightsabers? It's like, well now, Indy, I see. So there are lightsabers in the next canonical Star Wars movie. I see. Sorry. Back in the closet you go. Or something like, hey, did you know the next Pixar? It's not that. I know. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. But did you know there are also Jedi? Well, you know what? The Jedi has died off technically. So unless it's a reboot, all the Jedi are gone. So that is kind of funny though. There's a reference to Jedi. Yeah, so that's kind of what I mean. I get you, and I can't wait to see it. And then I'm gonna blame you for spoiling it, of course. But I'm already ready. You've already primed me. So, ka, huh? Did you say ka? I think you said ka. Like a t ka. Yeah. Yeah, for the e. And then there's probably difference for like, is it like, oh, is it, it's probably gonna use ni, because it's like a ni t, then ka as well. Or it might be just nika, nika without the t. Sometimes like ikai, but then it's nikai without the t, without the extra mora, because ichi, right? Ichi, you skip chi, the beat for chi. So ikai, and then you have nikai, where because ni only has one mora, so they don't t it. At least that's how I interpret it. Or it can go the crazy way where you have they didn't do the he thing yet, so it's not the hitotsu, hitotsu and futatsu, right? So I'm guessing that's the type of counter progression they have for days. So many things to think about. Spoil everything. Okay. Days are a little of a mess. Yeah, I can imagine.
渋谷
You know what I'm still sour about? You know what I'm still sour about? When Lotus led me to believe like, oh hey, this is interesting. Like, you know, this leads to this, and that's a great pattern. And then suddenly, what was it? Konban showed up, right? Konban, I'm like, oh, that's cool. So you can put like Konban as in like this, you know, this time of day. So can I do Konasa? And then Lotus was like, you think that would be perfectly make sense, but it's not. And it's because it's Ohio. It's related to the phrase Ohio. I looked, I was like, oh, okay, no Konasa. I'm still a little sour. Lotus totally primed me for like, oh yeah, now we can look at other patterns. Like, well, not this one. This is the exception. Or someone else did it to me as well, where it's like, why did you have to pick the one predicate or the one adjective that was an exception to the rule? And I'm like, I don't know. Duolingo works on exceptions. Like, for example, oh, can I do this with oishi, right? Oishi. It's like, no, that happens to be one of the exceptions. And I'm like, oh, great. Yeah, I figured. Whenever you look for patterns and you're trying to explain it and you're being clever, like, I'm always hesitant and reserved by saying, that might be it, but it's probably messy. Like, it's one of those things that I feel other language learners take to English, as in their expectation is that English has patterns like the language they're used to, right? And then often because of that expectation, in my opinion, it comes off as very like negative. It comes off as very problematic. Like, why does this matter? Like, why can't it be neat and efficient like German? Or why can't it be like following rules with specific sounds like Japanese? And why does it have to that kind of thing? And I get it. Coming from the other direction, I actually love Japanese for the way it is, because honestly, when people talk about like how difficult it is and all the rules and the nuance, I use English. I know that sounds like I'm kind of diminishing. I'm trying to say with a grain of salt, right? I know that's diminishing all the people who are struggling or maybe having a hard time accounting for it, but if you speak English, you automatically do a lot of implicit rules that when you sit down and write what you're doing automatically, it's pretty absurd, honestly. My favorite one recently was cons and pros. I'm pretty sure you saw in the Discord. Both of you. Cons and pros. Quiet and peace. I don't know how to imagine explaining this to a Japanese person by saying that this is to, right? And, or you might even say, you could even make an argument of wa. So the cons wa pros, right? Or something. You might try to like equivocate them or something. But then you saying like, well, why can't you say it this way? It's like you just can't. Or like you'll be weird. It's like, but why? Like, well, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. Downs and ups. You could make an argument. You could make an argument, right? You could make an argument. Well, you like to start things better. So like for ups and downs, people predicate ups and downs because you want to start something positive. Ups and downs, as opposed to down and ups, right? But then, and then you can make an argument pros and cons instead of con and pros. But then where do you go with quiet and peace? And peace and quiet? I don't know. What you call it? This is because a French guy was doing it. I kind of like this guy's energy, and he keeps talking about comparing and contrasting between French and English. And his gag was this, where like it's equivalent. So why does it matter which way it goes? You're saying cons and pros and cons. And then he made this funny thing where like 1 + 2 is 3, right? What's 2 + 1 = 3? And the person's like, but it's different because 2 came first and 1 came first. And I'm like, yeah, that's just it. It ended with it ended with blood, sweat, and tears. And the person in the skit, the person said tears, sweat, and blood. I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't know. What? And meanwhile, we're talking about let's relate this back to Duolingo, right? Meanwhile, we're talking about like shower, right? Shower o abimasu, right? Abimasu. Right? And you're saying like, oh, we have to remember this. This is a very specific use case, right? Shawa o abimasu, right? That's very specific use case. Meanwhile, you got to describe to someone that it's blood, sweat, and tears, not sweat, tears, and blood, or tears, sweat, and blood, or any other combination. It's blood, sweat, and tears. So and it's ups and downs and not downs and ups. Okay. And these are so insignificant. They might seem like it's insignificant, but it comes up in vernacular all the time. You either say pros and cons, you know, ups and downs. These contrasting things happen in English colloquialism all the time. Like, yeah, no. Or no, yeah. Do you think these two things mean different things? Like, okay, well, one, someone's a little bit more negative. They're more on the negative side than they are on the positive side. One, they're more on the positive side than they are on the negative side. But then these meaning doesn't mean yes and no. It actually doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean yes and no. It's not actually answering yes and no. These are different things. It's not the same as saying yes and no, or no and yes. Like, I don't relish anyone to talk about these things. And you might be wondering, do you say this? Listen around for a little bit. And when someone asks a very hard question, you might hear someone say, yeah, no. Yeah, yes and no. It happens a lot. It happens way more than I could admit. I actually thought this sounded weird when someone said it in like a grammatical way. They said, yeah, no. What's a yeah, no? I'm like, I don't say that. Oh, yeah, no, I do actually say that. I say that a lot. So I don't know. Oh, and one other fun thing. I know there's no way I'm learning any Japanese today. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This one, all the meme, right? The meme that's happening where like Americans are destroying the English language, right? Destroying the English language. I can embrace this, I suppose. One of them was using Hollywood movies as examples, and this person digged up Hollywood examples of how English has become fast English. And I loved some of them. Jev. I forgot what Jev means. What was Jev? Oh. Did you have? It's just Jev. Jev, have a nice day? Or Jev, like, I don't even know. Wait. Is it like Jev, you, like, Jev? I don't even know. I can't even do these right. And I know they're in the movies. Like, I didn't even know. Like, I didn't even process these. Like, for me, when I'm watching a movie, I had no idea how often this comes up. So when someone pointed it out, I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, all the truncations, like, what? Waddle? Yeah, what'll you do? Or something? Like, these kind of things, like waddle? There was some really crazy ones. I can't even think of it, like, fast enough. I don't even process it. So I can't even begin to understand. Now I'm getting a better picture because of the meme, this like constant trend of saying Americans are like making the language really muddled and all that stuff. Like they call it, a lot of times they use the word chewing. There's a lot of chewing, you know, vocal chewing or pronunciation chewing. Because of chewing and this trend, I've been looking into it. I'm like, yeah, you know, I see where they're coming from. It's not me that is doing the chewing. However, the things that people consume and listen to has a lot of this chewing. And yeah, I totally get it. Now, meanwhile, I'm learning Japanese, right? So if I go to Japan, am I going to hear chewing too? I like to think no. Or less than listening to an American speaker. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I personally love that people sound different, but at the same time, it's very difficult. Yeah, I understand that it's unnecessarily difficult to need to know these things. And it can be very unwelcoming sometimes, or very artificially difficult. And I think, at least in Japanese, I don't think I'm going to encounter this as much. There's a lot of chewing in the Norwegian language, so my guess is there is in other languages too. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. And the difference here, or like kind of the hyperbolic situation here, is that the American English, right? Because there's so many more non-native English speakers. You know how many the non-native English speakers outnumber native English speakers 2-1. So on the internet, it's more likely that it always seems like Americans are placed on this weird location where they're constantly criticized for being like a poor representative of English. Meanwhile, it probably exists everywhere. The one biggest difference here is American English is a minority if you're saying us versus them, right? Like, I have no internet influence that's more powerful than any other person speaking English outside of American English. So when it comes to the internet, if you want to win by numbers, American English speakers by default loses because there are more people. But in Japanese, no, you don't lose. Any foreign person is outnumbered. I'm surprised when people aren't trying to learn English. Honestly, I'm okay with this. I just want to make I want to make a awareness check, right? Like, if you're speaking German, the vast majority of people are learning German, right? They don't outnumber German. Spanish doesn't get outnumbered by non-Spanish Spanish. In the American English, you get outnumbered. So on the internet, it's easier, in my opinion, to point out when everyone else noticed you than the other way around. There are more people who notice the weirdness in American English than there are people who actually speak American English. So it's probably very noticeable. In Japan, there aren't enough people like me to notice weird things about Japanese. Like, there's not enough to cater any minority voice. The Japanese language learners are vastly outnumbered by native Japanese speakers. So, however, if you're learning American English, you are vastly outnumbered by everyone else. So whenever you're saying like, oh no, but our language is just kind of a mesh of everything else, it's eclectic. Meanwhile, that's a bad thing if you're trying to learn it, because it's like 6 mashes of 6 borrowed languages. Meanwhile, Japanese people are getting angry, sort of, or memey about that eventually Japanese is going to turn into American English because they adopt, or English because they adopt so many words, and then now the language is adulterated. It's like in the United States, everyone who's criticizing American English is adopting their own American English, or like their own English version. There's Indian English, there's Scottish English, there's so many English. So naturally, in order to unify all of this, the English has to accommodate all of those rules, all those borrowed stuff. So yeah, if you put American English under a microscope, or English in general under a microscope, it's going to sound like French to some extent. It's going to sound like German to some extent. It sounds like Japanese. If you walk into a Japanese restaurant, it might actually sound majority Japanese. It's like, how can you say sushi, tempura any other way? Well, you could try raw fish, but raw fish is still raw fish. It's not sushi. So here we are talking about katakana, right? Where they borrow English words and stuff. It's like, like the way I pronounce some of my words are Japanese. As in, I don't say anime most of the time. I say anime most of the time. And it's because English has to adopt all of these things. Any user of English has a say as an outgroup because the outgroup is bigger, in my opinion. So if someone backs them up, like, oh, this is the vowel system, well, there are 6 languages outside of American English that use this vowel system. So every person who have learned English within that vowel system is going to disagree with you. So what does English have to do? Accommodate all those vowels. One day, I kid you not, in another 10 years, I think English will have a tonal system. It's already gotten tonal systems already. Subtonal systems. As in, like, we still haven't gotten, like, in English, it hasn't gotten to the point where you're saying bad versus bad, or like bad or bad. Like, it hasn't gotten that point yet where you're like Vietnamesing everything or like Mandarining things yet. But we have stressors now. Like, the stress accent has become far, far more dynamic now than it was before. And I don't think it's necessarily because American English is evolving within American English. I think it's everyone else. Everyone else is that's using it. So, like, for example, I have one from my scientific career. This word. How do you pronounce it? Well, I can tell you there are at least 2 pronunciations that I accept now because of the scientific community having a high concentration of people who pronounce it from Indian language and related phonetics from Indian language. Development, development, and development. And for me, it's both because of American English, or like English in general. Development and development. Here's one, personally my favorite, but no one uses this word anymore. Formidable, 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 formidable. Which one do you use? I actually use the one that is uncommon. I use the uncommon one. It's the one that you guys are probably saying, that doesn't sound right. I'll let you guess. I'll reveal it here. The accent is here. The accent is not here. Yeah, you use the first one? Formidable. Oh, you use formidable? Formidable? Is it accent 1 or accent 2? Because I use accent 1. Formidable. Accent 2 is the more common in the United States. Formidable. Oh, you meant development. Oh, yeah, development. Yeah. Development. Development is 1. And development is 2. The accent mark on 2. And then you use accent on 2. Yeah. So you basically had a, I'm going to say, British-esque emphasis on 1 for development versus a Americanized accent for formidable. Because where I got formidable is from older English. So older English, in my opinion, I heard it from an older English source, which is closer to British English. So formidable versus formidable, and development versus development. I'm telling you, like, that's, I think it's cool, personally. If there's a language flexible enough to accommodate all the other systems around, I don't want to sound like Indy, because Indy went straight up and went for the juggler. He said culture will die. There's culture will die if there's a universal language. And I totally get that. And I like that English is different. English is different from other languages. In the sense of philosophy, it's different from other languages. And I think in the future, the world is still very colorful when there's something like English and then there's something like other languages, right? The characteristics are different. And it's wonderful because languages are dynamic in the sense that it accommodates what it is. There are more non-native English speakers on this planet, so naturally the language is messier, right? And then those languages that have lots of native speakers that are geographically and sociologically and culturally confined to a specific place, homogenous, they will naturally are less messier. And when you're learning a language, which one do you want? Like, that's one of the motivations, right? Which language, what type of language do you want? A messier language or a less messier language? I can't talk because I'm a native English speaker. So I no longer have that choice of going from a less messier language to a even messier language. There might be some out there that are a messier language. I don't know what that is, and I don't have accessibility to that even messier language. Would you ever swap out your English knowledge in exchange of gaining 2 more languages? Ooh. Ooh. Now okay. I will say yes if it doesn't bar me from learning English. I would be okay with that. If you bar me from learning English, then you gotta take your deal back. It wouldn't. That would be a fun thing to do. I think it would be a fun thing. Not in the way that you're thinking. Not in the way that you're thinking. Not in the way that you're thinking. So, I know you're gonna say you're surprised, but what I mean is, I want to be closer to more people, is why I would say yes. Remember, I already said that over 60% of the rest of the world is learning English. You see what I mean? So, to me, I want to connect with more people than where it is. It's not the same the other way around. It's an uphill battle, but my natural curiosity makes me want to connect with more people. So there are more people learning English than actually people who speak natively. So, Indy, you would choose Japanese and Korean and you wouldn't relearn English? I hate you. Get out. Get out, Indy. How dare you? How dare you? I feel so betrayed right now. I think that's so dirty. What would I pick? I would pick, out of influence, right? How I can connect with the most number of people. I would probably pick a tonal language, so Mandarin, and Spanish. Yeah. I'll pick Spanish and Mandarin, which happens to be the 2 languages that I would like to be competent in. I would pick Mandarin and Spanish. It connects me with the most number of people who are learning. While also... No, because you didn't bar me from learning Japanese, Sub-Zero. You didn't bar me. You're telling me that if I instantly become fluent, right? If I'm trading off my English for Japanese and Spanish, knowing Mandarin, I can relate it to Japanese. It would expose me to the culture of Asian language, right? And then Spanish because of the Romance languages. And it connects me with an equally larger, if not larger, population of people. And I like being connected with people. That's my major goal. I am willing to give it up. But we're not talking about hypothetical wish thinking now. I have English, and what does that do? It connects a lot of people, right? So that's what I'm saying. I'm not giving up being American per se. I'm striving, if you're asking me to make a choice, I'm striving for being next to a lot of people. You love K-pop and J-pop, and I really only read manga. You love, oh my gosh, so perfectly. Heckin' indie. I feel so betrayed. I feel so heckin' betrayed by indie. Ugh. I can't appreciate one thing that I would say that attaches me to the English language is pretty much everything I love spawns from English. So it's really, really hard for me to dispense with my emotional side. So for example, science fiction. Right? You might be thinking, oh yeah, well, Japanese science fiction. It's like, well, let's just keep that down on the wraps when it comes to specific writing. But all the things I've talked about, that's not necessarily because of Japanese and Korean, right? And science, medicine, there is a whole different ball game. So I can't like unlearn that stuff. What I mean is unlearn the sentimentalism with that. So giving up English is also giving up those things indirectly. You might be thinking, well, yeah, well, Japanese, there are stuff's like, yeah, I get it. I'm too close to it. Too close to the stuff. It's tough. A really great question, though. I love that. I should ask that to other people. If you said 3 languages, oh heck yeah, in a heartbeat. Because statistically, then it will cover English's influence. What I mean is, if I'm talking about like ballpark statistics, choosing Mandarin and Spanish is very, very close to the influential reach of English at the moment. However, if you give me 3 languages, then yeah, that tips the scale. Like that's over. That's well over the influence of English. I basically just picked the 2 most influential. If I said Mandarin was off limits though, would that change my decision? Yes, it wouldn't be able to statistically reach the influence that I'm reaching for. It would be very tough. You would have to offer me 4 languages. We're bartering on statistics. I'm trying to separate myself from my nostalgia and my sentimentalism. So in order to operate on a question, like on a decision, I would have to weigh how pragmatic it is. So if Mandarin is off limits, you would have to offer me 4 languages to offset the influential loss, the influential reach loss of English. It's not egotistical, right? It's statistics. And much like everyone who's going to have an opinion about what I'm saying about giving up English, they're using English to criticize me. And naturally, that kind of illustrates the point. I'm getting greedy now. Well, I think it's more self-centered and greedy if you pick a language that doesn't have influence. If you know what I mean. It would be very ethnocentric. Indie betraying me. You pick a language that has less influential reach. Remember, I chose to learn Japanese. So, I'm not saying that I can't appreciate that. Yeah, like I'm not saying that I can't appreciate that. I chose to learn Japanese. So, what are the next two languages down the line? Because of their relationship to English, actually. It's Spanish and French. Those are the two that are the next population where if you become a secondary language learner, you connect with a lot of people. Right? Next to English, Spanish and French statistically have more people learning the language. So if you immediately pick Spanish and French as the next language to learn, you get to connect with a lot more people. Japanese, guess who I get to connect with in Japanese? You already know. I spend like most of my time talking about it because the only type of like the large vocal minority of Japanese learners are the ones that pretty much hate me for using Duolingo. And not you guys, obviously, but you're in the minority. The vocal majority who or the vocal minority, the ones that are very vocal, unlike you guys weren't that vocal, by the way. Actually, very skittish. I appreciate it and open-minded. The ones that are driving the minority voice, as in the loud voice, are a very specific group of people. And it can only be a very specific group of people because outside of Japan are largely only those people. Like, statistically, we are negligible compared to if there were 200,000 Japanese language learners. It's probably more than that, like 1 million. Let's just say 1 million Japanese language learners. It's probably not even that high. Outside of Japan, a significant margin of them, at least half or more of them, are populated by a very specific group of Japanese people. And that group has very specific behavioral patterns. You cannot say that about a language that has a farther influential reach, like English. How do you classify teaching English? Let's do one last topic. When someone says there aren't good English education out there, English is a mess. People teach English, it varies all the time, it's messy, and no one can, it feels like no one can agree on how to teach English properly. Ask yourself, how many different types of students are there for English? And then ask yourself, is it easy to do it? And then you go to Japanese or Korean or maybe German. Let's say that. And you ask how many different types of students there are that represents a statistical majority in order that they need a new standard of learning. So when someone comes around and complains about Japanese textbooks not doing well and like Genki is more English oriented and Mina no Nihongo is more Japanese oriented, it's like you have two. You can actually even classify them, right? In English, would you teach a Dutch person the same way you teach a Chinese person? English. And then you start wondering how much of that hate and malice that is attributed to American English and even British English sometimes about their educational system having hard time teaching English to the rest of the world. It's like having a class that's represented by the United Nations versus a class of all your peers from the same country. So that's a little bit of a perspective check on how difficult it is. The more people who learn a language, the harder it is to know what are the standards to teaching the language. And I'm only talking about Japanese because I want to know how Japanese people learn English. I can't even begin to process how, a Croatian learns English, or a Norwegian learn English, a French person learn English. Like, as much as you want to unify them, they are affected by their backgrounds and their culturalisms. My mother and father has trouble pronouncing the sound Z. That might not be true for another complete group of people. Picking Dutch and Mandarin could be a smart move too. Dutch is pretty close to English, so you have, well, Spanish is too. And Spanish has more people. And Spanish is in the United States. You didn't tell me that I was gonna move to the country that I'm speaking those languages. So if I'm living in the United States, if I become fluent in Spanish, I immediately also become able to speak with Spanish people or Spanish speaking people. So you didn't say you were gonna pay my ticket, like, you know, like I wasn't gonna change citizenships all of a sudden. So if it lifts me to Dutch, you know, like to a Dutch place, then okay, I'll consider it. That's weird to hear. I mean, kids learn English and they do just fine, so there's no perfect way to reach it. But if it works for kids, it works for adults. It's just that adults are more stubborn about word choice and precise language. Exactly. That's exactly it. That's one of the human conditions. Right? That's one of the human conditions. Who are the majority of ESL people? So I did see an age breakdown of this. It's a bit telling, but it's still a majority are still much older than you might think. And even then, it's after an acquisition of a native one. So we're talking about non-native English speakers, but native English speakers also include kids who learned English with another language, if you know what I mean. Like, I think that's how they qualified it. So in the end, the number that I might be referring to, this might not be true. I didn't read the actual methodology. But I think when they qualified someone who's non-native, they're actually also talking about someone who acquired later. So they are likely to be adults, as opposed to like kids. I should get some sleep. It's almost 5 a.m. I'm sorry, Sub-Zero. I really appreciate your company. Yeah, take care. Take care. Love the talk though. Brings me back to being a kid and having some deep late night. Oh, I hope you get some sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe I should like move my schedule up. Yeah. Hopefully you're resting well, and thanks for the conversation. Isn't it fun though, Indy? I can't believe you betrayed me. Like, oh, how could you? How could you not want to relearn English? Although now that I think about it, if I know Mandarin and Spanish, no, I chose Spanish so I can like bridge back. I chose Spanish to bridge back to English. But I totally get what Sub-Zero was saying about picking Dutch so that you can bridge back to English. But if you only picked Korean and Japanese and you love all those things, I could totally get why I don't even think it might be the hassle to learn English again, but that's fine. Like an indie trader. I'm gonna remember this moment. It's like an RPG game. Maku will remember this. Maku will remember this choice you've made. I'm gonna stop speaking English now to complete the video. Oh man, this stuff is great. I honestly think it would be kind of fun to have a round table with you guys actually talking, in a mic. I don't know how often. Oh, do you publicly speak at all? Fairly commonly, Indy? I don't know how often you practice public speaking. Like, how comfortable you are with public speaking. I imagine you're pretty comfortable. Since you sing, right? Singing is pretty public, unless you're telling me you're a closet singer. Alright, let me get this.
31日
31日
に
に、しぼや
で
で
パーティー
Party が
あります
Okay. You're very comfortable with it because I've always sang and danced in public. Okay, fair enough. You dance too? We're gonna have a lot of talking to do. We have a lot of talking
12
to do.
月
12月. Oh, hey, December.
12月 12月
I'm gonna tell you now. There are so many people annoyed by what we just did here. So, I hope in the future, most people will, I will remember to warn people that this is what happens all the time. I don't stream because I don't want to get derailed or something. I'm not here to demonstrate how to properly learn Japanese. I'm learning to demonstrate, or I'm trying to demonstrate what I do to keep myself engaged, right? If we don't have this discussion, then why do I bother streaming at all? That's the whole point, right? Well, at least to me, that is the point of streaming. You're sharing the experience. So if it means crazily having table conversations, that's my purpose. That's what I intend to do. So it's crazy. I still feel it's crazy that someone thought I was speedrunning Duolingo because I spent a lot of time using Duolingo. Imagine calling me a speedrunner on Duolingo. I think whatever we just did might actually blow a blood vessel to any speedrunner. What does this have to do with learning Japanese? What does this have to do with completing Duolingo? Are you gonna play anytime soon? It's like, nah, let's simmer down a little. It's kind of like I'm that guy where I would deliberately stop right before the finish line and then break out a soliloquy before I cross the finish line. It's like, wait, but before we finish, let's spend the next 5 hours talking about a 10-minute race. Cue dramatic anime scene. You know?
12月 12月 大晦日
Omisoka.
大晦日
Oh. Omisoka. Wait. Why does that say big? Is this big still? Wait. Hold up. Does this use the same character? Does this use this character? Omisoka? Do these things become this? Sorry, that's a terrible... Oh, it does. Okay, and then... Oh... I see the... Okay. I see the... I also saw the day. I see. And then there's a new thing in the middle. Ah, yeah. There we go. I know 2 of the kanji already. Omisoka. Interesting. Omisoka wa
テレビ
terebi o kaimasu. Me too. Well, not TV, but a new monitor.
クリスマスは何をしますか
Christmas.
クリスマス
Christmas wa nani o shimasu ka? What are you going to do on Christmas? Ugh. Okay. It's fine. It sounds normal. I'm just... Okay. It's fine. That's what people say. What are you going to do on Christmas? It's fine. After all this Japanese, it just sounds very weird. Wait, what is this saying? Okay, what are you going to do? Oh, to what? Wait, what? I don't know how this would. What to do when it's Christmas? No, that doesn't make sense. What? I feel like something's missing here, or am I being crazy? What are you going to do on Christmas? Christmas is what are you going to do? I don't know. It's too late now.
クリスマス
Christmas.
今週どんなイベントがありますか？
今週どんなイベントがありますか? Oh, that's one way to get Christmas party があります in the situation. That's pretty
イル
good.
ミネーションがあります。
Illumination. Are you serious? Is that
イルミネーション
okay? All right. Illumination. Illumination があります Okay. There's a light display. Wait. Yes.
イルミネーションはいつ始まりますか？イルミネーション
Illumination. Yeah, illumination
いつ
wait.
イルミネーションはいつ始まりますか？
始まりますか? Oh,
始まりますか？
nice. Throw in hajimarimasu from last unit. Oh, and by the way, you were not here for that. There you go. Hajimarimasu. To complement the owarimasu. Owaru and yeah. Illumination. Yeah, illumination. Illumination はいつ始まりますか？
カウントダウンのイベントはどこですか？
Countdown. Oh, I can't wait to the end of the year to use these phrases, but maybe that's too far off. It's barely into spring yet. We're like we're just experiencing spring right now. Okay. Count okay. Countdown. Yeah. Countdown. Wait, countdown.
カウントダウンのイベントはどこですか？
Okay. Countdown のイベントはどこですか? Where is the countdown? Where is the event? Countdown?
イベント、カウントダウン、
Oh, countdown event.
カウントダウン。
Yeah, that's fine. Countdown.
カウントダウン。
イルミネーションは綺麗です。イルミネーションは
綺麗です。
綺麗です。
They didn't pull a na attributive form here and said kireina kireina illumination desu. Yeah, that works too.
大晦日にどんなイベントがありますか？
Hisoka. Hisoka or misoka. Misoka ni. I've already forgotten what this is. Miso. Misoka ni どんなイベントがありますか? I'm having such a countdown があります。
12月に渋谷でパーティーがあります。
12月 Ooh, this rolls off the tongue. Good, 12月に渋谷でパーティー Yeah, パーティーがあります。There's a party in Shibuya in December. Okay. There's a party in Shibuya in December. Okay.
12月にパーティー
Oops.
パーティー渋谷でパーティーありますが
My voice is crushed today, so we're just gonna do some silent stuff.
12月に東京でクリスマスのイベントがあります。
I like to chill a little. I think I'm gonna try to get 3 lessons in here for the review and stuff. I'm falling a little bit too far behind.
来週コンサートがあります。
来週コンサートがあります。
ラーメン。
チョコバナナを食べませんか
Would you like to eat a chocolate covered banana?
公園。
チョコバナナは美味しいですね。
サッカー。
大晦日に何をしますか？
大晦日に何をしますか? Where's R? Oh.
今日遊びませんか？今
日はありませんか? 遊びませんか?
日遊びませんか？
Oh, 遊びませんか? Okay.
今日お祭りがあります。
お祭りがあります。OK。一緒に行きましょう。一緒に行きませんか？
ハロウィンのパレードに行きませんか？
いいですね。ハロウィン、no。パレード、パレードはいつですか？
今晩どんなイベントがありますか？
What kind of what kind of event? What kind of event is tonight? Or what kind of there is an event? Is there an event tonight? What kind of event is tonight? What kind of event? What is there is an event? What kind of event is there tonight? Oh my gosh. It'd be so long to get yeah, okay. English is slipping away. It's gone. Christmas no performanceがあります man. Okay, Christmas performance? Sure.
そのハロウィンのイベントに行きませんか？
そのハロウィンのイベントに行きますか？行きませんか？いいですね。イベントはいつですか？ Classic.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Not right now. We gotta book it. Let's get our review in. I think I have a pretty decent handle on this. Now I just gotta keep in mind all the new vocabulary.
来週サッカーの試合があります。来週
サッカー
来週サッカーの試合があります。試合があります。
So there's a game. There's a soccer game next week.
4時間
4時間 Okay.
4時間
Huh. Why did they bring in 4時間
4時間何時間
何時間
何時間
Why are you doing this? 何時間 Interesting.
何時
今日3時にサッカーの練習があります。今日3時半にサッカーの今日3時にサッカーの練習がありますの今日3時にサッカーの練習があります。
Oh, Renshu. There it is. Renshu. Oh, yeah, I didn't remember practice.
の
Yeah, Renshu. That's the one that I was looking for. So, 今日3時にサッカーの練習
があります。
があります。
今日3時にサッカーの練習があります。
いや、練習。OK。
今日4時間
4時間サッカーをします。Okay. Oh, this kind of feels like a review of the first half as well. Maybe not. 明日バスケットボールの That doesn't look like they're okay. No, 試合を見ます。
見ます。
These blocks are so big. 週末は
何時間バドミントン Oh no バドミントンをしますか バドミントンをしますか
I totally forgot about バドミントンYeah, that's definitely something I skipped on my recall today.
何ですか
7 高い。何時間 ?4 時間。
金曜日にバドミントンをします。
何時間しますか Ooh, okay. 7小さい4時間何時間1回
1回
Ooh, I can hear the ahs feeling a little bit better than yesterday's.
週末4時間ぐらいテニスをします。
週末 something
4時間。
4時間 I heard maybe tennis maybe ぐらいテニスをします。
週末4時間ぐらいテニスをします。
Okay. 週末4時間ぐらいテニスをします。Okay.
今日何時間
サッカ
サッカー
ーを
を
しますか今日何時間今日何時間サッカーをしますか
次の試合はいつですか？
月の試合試合はいつですか When is the game? When is the next game? 明日5時明日5時 What is this word again? 練習 練習 Okay. So 明日5時に練習です。Oh, half. Never mind. That's があります。So 明日5時に練習があります。練習があります。練習があります。
明日5時に練習があります。
Okay. 今日午前8時に練習があります。
今日午前8時に練習があります。
Okay.
高い楽器。
高い楽器。
楽器。
Instrument.
9時間
9時間 Oh, they kind of mixed it up a little now. They kind of mixed it up. This review is like covering something from the first half. Oh, they might have mixed it up a little now.
9時間
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 毎日ピアノを弾きます。
Okay.
毎日ピアノを弾きます。
Yeah, this is from the first half. So I might not be able to remember all the new stuff for tomorrow. Usually there's a review of exactly what I learned recently.
9時間
But it's different now.
9時間
時間
弾きます。
弾きます What the heck just happened? What? Okay.
9時間9時間
Okay, Duolingo.
9時間
I don't know what happened, but it disappeared just now.
半
4時間9時間 千。何時間
何時間
2時間。
2時間、2時間ギターを弾きます。
ギターを弾きます。
毎日、sometime,
木曜日
no,
2時間
2時間ギターを弾きます。今週、
6時間
6時間、6時間、6時間楽器を弾きます。
楽器を弾きます。
週末何時間ギターを弾きますか？
How much do you play? 9時間弾きます。Fair enough. 9 hours. 毎日3時間ピアノを弾きます。
ピアノを
週末何時間ピアノを弾きますか？
週末何時間ピアノを弾きますか？6時間ピアノを弾きます。6 hours? Pretty reasonable.
9時間
9時間弾きます。
弾きます。
9時間ぐらいピアノを弾きます。9時間弾きます。弾きます。ピアノを弾きます。ぐらい
9時間
ぐらい
9時間ぐらいピアノを弾きます。
9時間ぐらいピアノを弾きます。
高い楽器。高い楽器。
この楽器は何ですか？
この楽器は何ですか？ What instrument is this? What is this instrument?
どんな楽器が好きですか？
どんな
どんな
楽器？
楽器？
Oh, I'm feeling so loose right now. It's kind of nice. Yesterday was a struggle. どんな楽器
が好きです。
が好きですか？
どんな楽器が好きですか？
どんな楽器が好きですか？ Ooh, all that felt good. It feels pretty nice. This is from the first half though. I wonder when they're gonna review the second half. It's probably not today. I'm going way too late. Go go goji ni guitarを弾きます。So goji guitar を弾きます。Oh wait. goji ni guitar or guitar. I keep saying guitar. goji ni guitar を弾きます。Okay. 9時間ぐらいピアノを弾きます。Fair enough.
9
時間ぐらいピアノを弾きます。3時にギターを弾きます。
3時にギターを弾きます。
Okay. Alright, we're gonna keep going a little
この
bit.
ひらがなは何ですか？この
ひらがなは何ですか？
ひらがなは何ですか？
What is this hiragana? So, 今夜日本語を話しましょう。No, 話しましょうか？ Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, now we're switching back to volitional, right? And that's where they differentiate by would and should.
日本語
日本語
を話しましょうか。は
そう。今夜は日本語を話しましょうか。友達と日本語
日本語
Okay 日本語を話します。漢字の宿題がありますか？
漢字
の
宿題は
Whoops.
は
Oh, actually, yeah,
は
wa works.
ありますか？
ありますか？毎日少し漢字を study? No. Oh, 読みます。
読みます。
Yeah, she's reading. Of course. 毎日少し漢字を読みます。毎週5時間半。
5時間半
Yeah, it's coming out a lot easier than yesterday. 毎週5時間半漢字を勉強します。OK?
1時間半日本語を話しましょう。1時間半日本語を話します。1時間半日本語を話しましょう。話しましょう。
そう。1時間半日本語を話しましょう。毎日1時間半漢字を勉強します。毎日1時間半漢字を勉強します。
今夜はひらがなを勉強します。今夜は今夜はひらがなを勉強します。ひらがなを
Oh, there's the O. I was looking for my other particle.
勉強します。
Okay.
2時間
半ひらがなを勉強します。
今夜は何時間漢字を勉強しますか？
Okay. 3時間勉強します。
学校で英語を話しますか？
学校
で
英語
漫画
Oops.
英語
I totally. 漫画を
話しますか？
はい
飲みましょう。
No, whoops.
話します。
Just kidding.
飲みます。学校で英語を話しますか？
話しますか？ Yeah. Do you speak English at
今
school?
夜は何時間スペイン語を勉強しますか？
スペイン語話しますか？ How many hours are you going to study? How many hours are you going to study Spanish tonight? 2時間半勉強します。2 hours. We should speak Spanish for Japanese for an hour and a half. So,
1
1時間半日本語を話しましょうか。No, 話しましょう。
話しましょ
1時間半日本語を話しましょう。
う。ひらがなを勉強しましょう。
ひらがなを勉強しましょう。Okay, short. We should study. Oh, right. Yes. Interpretive.
今夜
今夜はひらがなを勉強します。
はひらがなを勉強します。
ひらがなを勉強しましょう。
ひらがなを勉強しましょう。
Okay. Yeah, there's still the same number of lessons. That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, I got sidetracked, Kishab. We talked a lot. There's so many fun things that we talked about today. So I'm trying to complete the last 2 lessons. Good morning. Hello, Kishab. I hope you slept well. パフォーマンスはいつですか？
パフォーマンスはいつでか？
バレエは好きですか？
バレエは好きですか？ Do you like ballet? バレエのパフォーマンス。
バレエのパフォーマンス。
こんにちは、イシャブ。元気ですか？ Oh, we're just looking for a number here. It's fine. We've been already a lot. バレエのバレエのレッスンは3時頃は始まります。I'm glad to hear you're doing well. そして2時間ぐらい踊ります。
ぐらい
Dance for 2 hours? Dance for about 2 hours? Okay. 妹のパフォーマンスに行きます。
行きます。
ギターのレッスンは6時頃は始まります。そして1時間くらいギターを弾きます。
バレエのパフォーマンス。
I said 1時間。
バレエのパフォーマンス。
バレエのパフォーマンス。
パフォーマンス。
パフォーマンスは1時頃始まります。そして1時間半ぐらい踊ります。
パフォーマンスは何時頃始まりますか？パフォーマンスは何時頃始まりますか？
パフォーマンスは何時頃始まりますか？
週末は何時間ぐらい踊りますか？
8時間ぐらい踊ります。
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。明日レッスン5時頃レッスンは始まりますの
Wait, I missed the... Oh,
レッスンの
明日のレッスン5時頃は始まります。
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
Yes. Oh, no wait. 明日のレッスン Oh, I misplaced the wa.
今日は何時間踊りますか？
Okay. 今日は何時間踊りますか？ 2時間ぐらい踊ります。2 hours, that's a lot. About 2 hours. Okay. 毎日2時間ぐらいを踊ります。Yeah.
2時間
ぐらい。Oh, just 踊ります。Oh, wait, actually. 毎日踊ります。そう。毎日2時間ぐらい踊ります。
今日バレエのレッスンがあります。
今日バレエのレッスンがあります。Okay. I have a ballet lesson today. 3時頃レッスンを始まります。or 頃。Oh, wait. 3時頃レッスンは
始まります。
Wait.
レッスンは
3時頃始まります。
木曜日にバレエのレッスンはありますか？
How many units there in my section 1? I have unit 8 in section 1. That is shop for clothes, order food, and drink. Oh, you have 8 lessons in section 1? I have 5 lessons in section 1. I have 5 lessons. Shopping for clothes. That seems right. I think that's still unit 8 for me. 木曜日 but in lesson 2, so it might be section 2, unit 3. It might be unit 2 in section 2. It's either 2 or 3. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ordering food and drinks and shopping for clothes. I'll have to check right after this. 木曜日にバレエのレッスンは始まります。レッスン始まります。始まりますか？ Interesting. I'm gonna have to remember 始まります being different. I gotta look up 始まります how that works. I feel like there was a particle there, but maybe not. Do you have a ballet lesson on Thursday?
明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
明日の
レッスン
No.
レッスン
Yeah.
レッスンは5時
5時頃
始まります。 明日のレッスンは5時頃始まります。
You have 8 lessons going. I see. Going in section 2. Let me see. No. Shopping for clothes. Oh, wait. Yeah. It's the same amount. Yep. The units are the same. K-shop. K-shop. Units are the same. So unit 3, section 2, unit 3 is the same section that you have in section 1, unit 1, section 8. This is actually my 8th unit, section 3, unit 3, and it's for shop for clothes, order food and drink. Yeah. Yeah. Still on track. I got one more lesson to do for
ファッ
today.
ションのブログです。
Fashion. Oh, I totally forgot about fashion as well.
ファッション
Fashion
の
no. Fashion no what?
ファッションのブログです。
Blog です。
ブログです。
Blog です。
書きます。
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 ガーデニングのブログを作ります。
Of course you would bring in gardening.
ガーデニングの
No.
ブログ
Blog
を
をWhat?
ガーデニングのブログを作ります。
作ります。Oh.
ガーデニングのブログを作ります。
Interesting. They didn't went with Kiji.
ガーデニングのブログを作ります。
Sure.
作ります。
作ります。
作り
作ります。
作
Sure. 今夜は記事を書きます。Oh, 新しい。今夜は新しい記事を書きます。書きます。
書きます。
一緒に
動画を書きましょうか or 書きましょう。Yeah, 書きましょう。So, 一緒にsorry. 一緒にWhere's 動画を
作りましょ
う。And not 書きましょう。Not to write. Can you guess when you finish all the Duolingo courses? Have you calculated how many months or years it'll take? It's 3 days. It's 3 days per unit, and I think I'm still gonna continue averaging 3 days per unit. We'll take a rough thing. So there's about 100 units left times 300 days. So the rest of the year, it'll take a year, around a year, unless I accelerate or something somehow. It'll take at least a year. It'll probably slow down because once I get into section 3, maybe like somewhere halfway section 3, I'm gonna start Mandarin. I'll probably start Mandarin. So probably 2 years. Unless I stop talking about stuff. That's probably not gonna happen. I think if I were really focused on learning, if I'm focused on completing Duolingo courses, it would be half that time. I would say 150 days. However, most of the time I'm chatting along. Like today, I think I spent more time chatting about random things or random related things than actually using time on my... These lessons are going very fast. These courses are going incredibly fast when I am not talking about random things. They are not introducing new grammar points. So, occasionally maybe one grammar point is being introduced each unit. So without grammar, it's largely learning language, learning vocabulary. And vocabulary is interchangeable as long as you know the grammar points. So you actually get faster, if that helps. I think the person is likely to get faster a little bit until maybe like they start doing advanced sentences. Or section 2, I feel it's faster than section 1. Once you get all the foundations. I don't know about section 3 and 4, so it's hard to predict. But at least a year. It'll take at least a year. Kawaii, kawaii what? Kawaii. Oh, skurimasu. Kaji? No. I mean, kiji? No kiji. Norikae. Norikae. Doga? Doga.
動画
Doga. Oh, skurimasu. Sure.
3時間
3時間ぐらい。
ぐらい
3時間ぐらい。ブログの記事を書きます。It took you 2 years to complete the course, spending 6 hours a day. Since I spend 3 hours a day, I think it will take me more than 3 years to complete. It's a lesson, you know? I'm enjoying other things too. I could, and like, you know, I'm enjoying other things. I hope you enjoy other things too. Like, you might not even ever finish the Duolingo courses. You might find that maybe after a year or less, you'll have all the resources and stuff, and you start enjoying, I don't know, Japanese programming, maybe even go to Japan, or interact with people, discover Anki. Lots of other things could probably take you away. You know, I don't necessarily think Duolingo courses are comprehensive in the sense that you need to complete them. There are probably many ways to engage in the same thing Duolingo has, but in a different way. I can't really guarantee that I would end up completing the Japanese course either. Kind of a mixed bag. I might come back. There might be a chance I take a break somewhere like after section 3 and come back after after a while, and then complete section 4 with knowledge from somewhere else. フランス料理の food
ブログ
を書きます。今週
4時間
4時間ぐらいファッションの動画を作ります。何時間 ?4 時間書きます。作ります。
9時間
どんなブログの記事を書きますか？
どんなブログの記事を書きますか？ファッションの記事を書きます。Yeah, sure. Write a post about fashion.
9時間
4時間何時間書きます。作ります。ブログの記事。
ブログ
の記事。ファッションが好きです。大好きです。ファッションが大好きです。
ファッションが大好きです。
また明日。I'll see you tomorrow. Aww. Yes. また明日。If I'm around. Yeah. You're going to eat breakfast? See ya. Sayonara. じゃあね。キシャブ。Okay, I think we're good. We made it. Even with all the nice discussions, we made it. And then I'm guessing this unlocks all of these. Ooh, tomorrow is gonna be a little fun. Definitely. Okay. So I'm actually curious. I learned 16 things today? Countdown. 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 Wait.
カウントダウン
Countdown. Oh my gosh. Countdown is so weird. Countdown. Christmas. Misoka. Misoka. Illumination. 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 Paredo. Paredo. Halloween. 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 Party. Yeah, party. 10月。10月。31日。31日。ダンス。コンテスト。コンテスト。コンテスト。食べ物。食べ物。
食べ物
食べ物。食べ物。お祭り。
お祭り
お祭り。8月。
8月
花火大会。
花火大会
花火大会。今週末。
今週末
今週末。Wow, 16 on that list. I wonder, we'll see how much I remember. I don't think I remember a lot, actually. Okay. Alright, that's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling, folks. Thanks for listening. That's a wrap for day 63. As always, stay safe, people. You know, find your community, learn stuff, exchange ideas, feel welcomed in a community. Find your way of learning. Enjoy a different language. Enjoy a different perspective. Until next time, as always, stay safe, stay healthy. また明日。じゃあね。